never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Several Minnesota officials are testifying before Congress on state government fraud involving daycares and other services. Republican Representative Kristen Robbins says the probe is not about Islamophobia.
It is true that the majority of the fraud in Minnesota has taken place in the Somali community. And it is also true that some of our best whistleblowers are from the Somali community.
Chairman Representative James Comer has invited Governor Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison to a future hearing. Tensions in Venezuela are rising as heavily armed far-left militias have taken control of Caracas.
Gunfire erupted near the presidential palace as the military reportedly deserted key posts. Experts warn interim President Delcy Rodriguez faces pressure from hardliners and the threat of U.S. intervention, raising fears of civil unrest or even a coup in the capital. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The U.S. has seized the Russian-flagged oil tanker Marinera after a 2-week Atlantic pursuit, accusing it of violating U.S. sanctions tied to Venezuelan oil exports. British military support aided in the operation, while Russia sharply condemned the boarding as illegal under maritime law. U.S. forces also intercepted a second sanctioned tanker in the Caribbean waters. A Long Beach, California man is agreeing to plead guilty to sending money to ISIS and possessing a homemade bomb.
Federal prosecutors say Mark Villanueva will enter his plea later this month. Court papers show the 29-year-old is pleading guilty to one count of attempting to provide material support to a foreign terrorist organization. He's also pleading to one count of being a felon in possession of a firearm, which is the homemade bomb. Investigators say they were able to intercept chats that he made offering support for terrorists. Villanueva is a lawful permanent resident from the Philippines and faces up to 35 years in prison when he's sentenced. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
The Trump administration is adding 25 new nations to a list requiring travelers to post bonds before entering the U.S.
The State Department says there are now 38 countries subject to the requirement. Venezuela, Cuba, and Bangladesh are among the new countries added to the updated list, which goes into effect January 21st. The majority of the countries are in Africa, including now Nigeria. Travelers from the countries on the list who are eligible for a visa could be required to post a bond of up to $15,000. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump says he's looking to stop investors from buying more single-family homes.
In a Truth Social post Wednesday, the president said people live in homes, not corporations. He said he'll be urging Congress to codify his plan to ban large institutional investors from buying more single-family homes. Trump called buying and owning a home the pinnacle of the American dream. He went on to blame record-high inflation caused by Joe Biden and the Democrats in Congress for letting that goal get out of reach. I'm Wendy Swanson.
Desmond Ricks, wrongfully imprisoned for 25 years, received over $1 million from Michigan under the Wrongful Imprisonment Compensation Act after a separate $7.5 million settlement from Detroit. The state is now seeking to reclaim the initial payment, although his attorney says no money can undo decades lost.
At the closing bell, the Dow dropped 466 points, the S&P 500 fell 23 points, and the Nasdaq gained 37 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
I do believe that's the point where we cue the microphone and get the party started. So away we go. Hi there.
Look at that. We cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. We'll get it up and running. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Now, what am I looking at? We're closing out Hump Day midweek. We start rolling toward the weekend once again. Great to have you on board. Hope your week's going well. Folks in the eastern U.S., you enjoying the January thaw? Enjoy it while it lasts. It's not going to be around a whole lot longer. Signs of change are on the horizon. And that's where we'll kick things off tonight with a look at our travelers' weather. A very quiet night across most of the eastern half of the country. Yeah, colder air already beginning to dip into the western USA. Now, what do we see? You have some winter weather advisories extending down into northern and central Nevada, right through central portions of Utah, all the way down into central Arizona. Winter storm warnings for some of the higher elevations in parts of New Mexico. Winter weather advisories right up to the heart of Colorado as well. Let's start on the warmer side of the country, though. The warm-up's going to be peaking here in the final days of the work week across much of the eastern USA before the colder air surges back in. That chill's going to push from the plains into the Midwest and Northeast. That raises a key question. Will it come with a major snowstorm or two? Well, through the end of the week, much of the east is running 10 to 20 degrees above average. Some locations in the south may be actually challenging some record high temperatures. The thaw melting the snow, muddy conditions. During the overnight hours, colder pockets dipping below freezing, allowing for some icy spots to form. But temperatures did indeed surge to record levels across parts of the plains on Monday as that warm air became established. Tuesday, temperatures climbing well into the 70s and 80s from Texas across the southern plains, as well as the lower Mississippi Valley. This past day and on into Thursday today, records dating back decades will be challenged from Texas to Georgia, the Carolinas. Temperatures in the Ohio Valley and the Northeast not climbing as high as the southern states, but still well above average. Highs forecast to be in the 50s in New York City and Philadelphia, 60s for the Washington, D.C. area by the time we get to Friday. Records will also be challenged across the southeast and as far north as the Ohio Valley. Friday night's temperatures will feel more like April or early May, thanks to a steady southerly breeze. Lows, 40s and even 50s forecast in the northeast, 60s in the southeast as the storm travels from the north over the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence Valley. While the temperatures starting the day unusually high, many locations in the northeast will see highs 40s, 50s, maybe even some 60s as you get the weekend underway Saturday. Meanwhile, some colder air begins to sweep in behind the storm, finishing up in the northeast this weekend. In many cases, the colder air arriving here mid-January across the central and eastern states, not as harsh as the cold we had seen in much of December. AccuWeather explained the reason for that is right now the air in central and northern Canada is not as cold as it was in December, and some Pacific air continues to be drawn to the east. By the time the air reaches the central and eastern U.S., it's not unusually cold. Meanwhile, the upcoming surge of cold air may be a bit of a shock for some in the southern U.S. right on the heels of this record warmth. For example, in Atlanta, where temperatures are going to reach the upper 60s to lower 70s for several more days, right into Saturday. High Sunday going to be a good 20 degrees lower, closer to 50 degrees. Temperature drop a little less dramatic in the upper Midwest and New England. Readings not going to rise as much this week. Chicago temperatures forecast to dip from the mid-50s here for your Thursday. Mid-40s for highs come Friday, just the upper 30s by Saturday. And you'll probably be just below freezing to wrap up the weekend Sunday. New York City temperatures may not return to historical average, the high around 40 until sometime maybe next Monday. Yeah, the upcoming pattern looks like quick waves of cold in the Midwest and the Northeast, and the magnitude of the cold very much dependent on whether we have a storm around mid-month, which would allow another larger storm to pull some cold air in the wake. If that storm tracks up the coast, we could see some heavy snow falling across the Appalachians, northern and western suburbs of some of our major I-95 corridor cities in the Northeast. If the storm tracks a little further east, little to no snow, although some snow could brush parts of the mid-Atlantic coast. Then a next storm for the weekend of January 17 and 18 could take a track more favorable for snowfall along I-95 there in the Northeast. As far as the eastern half of the country, several nights this week we've had a lot of fog to contend with, and that appears to be the case once again tonight with dense fog advisories again for much of southern Louisiana, all along the Gulf Coast, northern Florida, a good chunk of Alabama, Georgia, on over into South Carolina, seeing those dense fog advisories through the overnight hours. Meanwhile, we'll take a look out west where we are indeed seeing those cold storms moving inland, or heavy mountain snow from the Cascades to the Rockies. Some dangerous travel over the mountain passes and potential delays from Salt Lake City to Denver as this system pushes on to the southeast. Yes, sweeping from Washington and Oregon down into Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, bringing rounds of snow to the mountains, along with cold rain for the lower elevations near the Pacific coast. We're going to be talking several feet of snow piling up over the Cascades through Thursday night, 6 to 10 feet possible in the highest elevations. As that fresh snow piles up, avalanche risk will increase on the steep mountain slopes. Could see a few feet of snow accumulating at pass level in the Cascades. Snowfall rates could be exceeding 2 inches per hour at times as that snow level drops in the Cascades. Snow will broaden into some of the lower elevations. The combination of heavy snow at a high rate will make it very difficult for road crews to keep up. We'll see some closures on the mountain passes undoubtedly. Heavy snow will pile up over the Olympics, moderate to heavy snow spreading across the Blue Mountains of northeastern Oregon and parts of Idaho, western Montana, and northwest Wyoming. It's going to be a cold rain along the I-5 corridor in Washington and much of Oregon. Slick roads, ponding of water on some of the poor drainage areas. Snow levels could dip as low as 1,000 to 1,500 feet. Some accumulation possible over the hills there. Slippery conditions over the Siskiyou Summit potentially there in southern Oregon. Yeah, winter makes a return over the interior western USA. Snow spreading further south as the snow levels drop across Nevada, Utah, Colorado, as we mentioned, even Arizona and New Mexico. We could see, obviously, some travel problems in areas that haven't really seen a whole lot of wintry weather so far this year. Between now and Friday, rain may remain just east of Las Vegas. Phoenix, you're likely to receive a soaking, leading to slick travel. Rain will become mixed and end with some snow in Albuquerque, New Mexico, especially over the higher elevations there. Very action-packed out west, pretty quiet again. in the eastern portions of the country. All right, who we have checking in? There's Philly Dan, out of the box as usual. Good morning from Philly. Nice weather coming to town, at least briefly. God bless all the ICE agents out there. Shorty, I-95 southbound Savannah, Georgia, with 59 degrees tonight. It's Orlando, turnaround number 2. All right, good morning all. Cripshot is in the house. Hello to Kevin, Marianne. Jeffrey checks in from southern Florida. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. If you live in Minneapolis, secure them doors. The smoking lamp is out. Here in Harrison, Ohio, 35 degrees tonight. Not a protester in sight. Anti-Americans were just hoping for that spark to light another fire. Minneapolis, just having a string of bad luck. Why, you ask? Because it's run by the commies. All right, snuggle up to whomever, whatever, and watch your six. Yes, chaos, pandemonium in Minneapolis. That's the big headline of the day. Controversy surrounding a deadly shooting involving immigrations and customs enforcement. Was it a murder or was she deserving? I believe a 37-year-old female was the one that ended up losing her life. We'll give you the details on that coming up as we roll into a brand new day. First, though, Tank is in the house. Good morning, Steve. The overnight family, happy Thursday. 60 degrees under starry skies somewhere out in the California desert tonight between I-10 and I-40. We got turned around, pointed back east toward western Tennessee, so heading the right direction. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Very good. A couple of other, there's Dave. Good morning, Steve, a.k.a. Cracker Box. Hello, Steve, all the listeners. I'll be kicking back, copy in the mail. All right. Jerry's on board. Morning, Steve. Hopefully everybody's safe and sound. Counting the mile markers, listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. Thanks, everyone. Don't forget to tell them you love them every chance you get. And there's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. 42 degrees tonight. Platkill, New York. Kicking off round number 3 to Schenectady.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Yeah, the top headline. Chaos erupting this past day after ICE fatally shot a rioter who attempted to run over agents. Video showing the moment. A female rioter, as they're describing her, was shot dead as she tried to run agents down. Yeah, the Department of Homeland Security calls it an act of terrorism. The full statement from Homeland Security. Today, ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters began blocking ICE officers, and one of those weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them, an act of terrorism. An officer, fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training, saved his own life and that of his fellow officers. The alleged perpetrator was hit and is deceased. The officers who were hurt are expected to make full recoveries. This is the direct consequence of constant attacks and demonization of our officers by these sanctuary politicians who continue to fuel and encourage rampant assaults on our law enforcement, who are facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them, an 8,000% increase in death threats. This is an evolving situation. We will give the public more information as it becomes available. Agents ultimately deploying tear gas amid the chaos. The city confirming, yes, there was an ICE-involved shooting. And, of course, the mayor is now telling ICE, get the blank out of our city. Tim Walz threatening to bring in the National Guard. Yeah, is he looking to put the National Guard face to face against Immigration and Customs Enforcement? That's not going to work. Meanwhile, let's see who we got on the board out of the box here.
Hello?
What I'm seeing. Hello, Matthew.
Hi, yes. Hi, my name is Matthew E. O'Neill. I'm the author of the 2025 Amazon audiobook, To Kill a Terrorist in Self-Defense, the Matthew E. O'Neill story. It's on Audible and Amazon Music. And basically what happened was I was stationed in the Middle East back in 1999 in the Air Force as part of Operation Southern Watch. I was a communications computer systems operator. And I trained for boxing in the Air Force, and I beat Preston Hartzog, who was an Army champion. The next year, I was in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and I was confronted by a Middle Eastern man with a foreign accent. And he punched me as hard as he could, told me he was going to kill me, and this, that, and everything else. And I wound up killing him with a Kung Fu punch. I was in the Air Force martial arts program. And the Colorado Springs Police Department cleared me. That is in the audio book, To Kill a Terrorist in Self-Defense, the Matthew E. O'Neill story.
Available on Amazon.
Yes. And because, we have a lot of people talking about the Iraq war was just for oil. I've heard that recently. And there's some American companies pushing oil, just trying to say that Iraq was unjustified. And I know for a fact the war was justified. I was stationed at the Joint National Test Facility on Schriever Air Force Base for 3 years. I had a good outdoor run time. I was a strong weightlifter, and I was a very good youth athlete. And I got hooked up with the best martial arts trainers and best equipment. And I competed as a boxer in sanctioned matches, beating Preston Hartzog. He won the Armed Forces Championship in 1997 and 1999. Mm-hmm. And I want to thank my trainers for having the best training equipment and methods. And out of nowhere, when I was in Colorado Springs, this guy with a foreign accent punched me as hard as he could. Right. I was in the Colorado Springs business. And he was vulgar, and he was going to kill me. And my martial arts training saved my life, and that's in the book. But to make a long story short, I just want to say that the people that said Iraq is not justified, it was. And yes, we captured Venezuela's president. I also believe that to be justified as well, because he was a narco-terrorist.
Yes.
People.
And a lot of folks right now are saying that that's all about oil. There's much more to it than oil. in Venezuela as well. Well, we're up to the news break. Matthew O'Neill to kill a terrorist in self-defense. Available Amazon.com. Yeah, that's one of the scenarios we're going to delve into here this Thursday morning. Yeah, the actions in Venezuela. Yes, there is oil involved, but it's not all about oil. It's about limiting the influence of our adversaries in this hemisphere. It's about making sure China, Russia, Iran, again, our adversaries don't gain a foothold of influence right on our back door in South America. We'll give you more on that coming up here as well. Of course, industry headlines, and I do believe we've got to talk about some football tonight because I guess our next playoff match, it's down to the Final Four. Tonight, it'll be Miami versus Ole Miss. And then we'll conclude things with the Peach Bowl. Technically Friday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, Oregon versus Indiana. Who will it be? According to the prognosticator and the analyst, and I guess me as well.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Several Minnesota officials are testifying before Congress on state government fraud involving daycares and other services. Republican Representative Kristen Robbins says the probe is not about Islamophobia.
It is true that the majority of the fraud in Minnesota has taken place in the Somali community. And it is also true that some of our best whistleblowers are from the Somali community.
Chairman Representative James Comer has invited Governor Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison to a future hearing. The U.S. has seized the Russian-flagged oil tanker Marinera after a 2-week Atlantic pursuit, accusing it of violating U.S. sanctions tied to Venezuelan oil exports. British military support aided in the operation, while Russia sharply condemned the boarding as illegal under maritime law. U.S. forces also intercepted a second sanctioned tanker in the Caribbean waters. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck Down downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think. The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, off and rolling into a Thursday. Hello to John. Good morning, Steve. All the overnight family. Happy Friday Eve. All right, I'm going to pick Ole Miss over Miami. I'm going to pick Indiana over Oregon. All right, thank you, John. Clear skies, 41 degrees in Indianapolis tonight. Have a good night. John, I think we're on the same page there. Norman checks in from North Central Kansas, watching on YouTube tonight. I've been driving the Hot Shot truck. I ran up to Nebraska today for 2 large tote bags of black sand. I'll be off duty the next few days to rest up. All right, morning, Snuffy and Granny laying around the home 20 in Massillon, Ohio. Granny's in rehab on the mend. She fell down the basement stairs. Well, at least that's what I told the doctor anyway. Hey, wait. Did you give her a little boost? Down we go. All right, get well soon, Granny. Wow, what a way to start the new year. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve. 52 degrees in Elk Grove, California. Hope all's well with you, your family, and the trucking family out there. Santa Claus out. Gilligan, morning, Steve, fellow listeners. I'm broke down with a blown trailer tire in Verona, Virginia. It's a cool 35 degrees, but the moon is shining. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Okay. Too Tall. Morning, Steve. The Overnight Drive family. 48 degrees, Spartanburg, South Carolina. Have a blessed day, all. Tim the Pilot. Good evening, Steve. Just checking in from Southeast Michigan. We may actually break a record temperature Friday. They're telling us close to 60. I may have to head to the beach and take a dip, right? Yeah, the waters of the Great Lakes are going to be mighty chilly there. Timothy, good luck on that. It'd be like the polar plunge, wouldn't it? Let's see, who else we got? There's Bill. Morning, Steve. All the listeners, 35, feeling like 27, Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. Yeah, we're on the Pizza Shuttle Express. The only thing about the January thaw, you see where the dogs did their business in the driveway rather than the yard? Had the in-person interview today. I think it went well. I hope to hear back from them this week. So everybody have a great night out there. Drivers, be safe. All right, good luck on the new deal. As far as the Great Lakes, Tim says, I was watching guys out there surfing on those 20 to 30-foot waves on Lake Superior a couple weeks back. They were having a blizzard up there in Marquette at the same time. Boy, I guess you've got to have the wetsuit, the thermal wetsuit in those kind of waters. Daniel, good morning from Butte, Montana, 17 degrees. Very thankful for inland truck parts in Missoula, Montana. The transmission went out. I was able to make it to the shop 10 and a half hours later, rolling down the road. Now, that's what I call service. Taking a transmission out and putting a new one in. Wow. That was a quick turnaround. You're lucky there. All right, let's see. Jeffrey, southern Florida, down near Miami. Buckeye boy. Orlando, Florida tonight, 61 degrees. All right, picking up from a show about 18 miles from here later today. They'll start breaking it down about 4:45 in the afternoon. Not sure what time I'll get loaded, but I did go to get my driver's license renewed this past day. But after driving to the license service center, I walked in and they say, the entire computer system is down, statewide. Really? Okay. Sad about the protester getting shot, but when you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, as they say. It was a justified shooting, but the radical left was hoping that they could have an excuse to destroy property and break the law. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right, a couple more here. Real quick, Tony. Hello, Steve, and the entire Hotshot Nation from southern Illinois along the banks of the Ohio River with 45 degrees, clear skies. And James, have we heard from Lone Ranger or Always Moving recently? It's been a few weeks. It's been a while back since we've heard from either of those two. So maybe they'll check in one of these days. Always Moving. Shout out. Lone Ranger. Hope you're doing okay. Meanwhile, okay, here we go. The season is rapidly coming toward a conclusion, but we've got a little bit of football yet to be played. Hello, Grump. Are you with me?
I'm here.
Are you with me, Big Ed?
Yeah, I'm with you, Steve. I'm with you. I'm ready for this season to be over, too. I feel like I've been mentally beat up.
So we've only got, I guess, 3 games total to go. We're going to be down to the Final Four here, and championship game comes up. What?
Nothing against Grump. I pretty well basically won it, but I want to finish it out and see how we end up.
Mm-hmm.
So... Grump's been an outstanding opponent to go head-to-head with and trying to figure out who's going to win and lose, and my hat's off to him, because he does analyze things gets real heavy into analytics, and, man, it's been tough. And even these final 3 games are going to be tough to try to beat him on these picks here. And now, you said you was going to Ole Miss in Indiana?
That is affirmative.
Okay. Well, Grump, my friend, I will bow down to you and let you take off with the first pick.
I'm going to go with Miami.
Uh-oh.
On the first one.
Okay.
I think, Miami, right now they're heavily favored. And, just watching them play this last game, I mean, they were nothing but a powerhouse. They were impressive from the time the kickoff until they left the field. It was just, so I got to go with Miami on this. I think they're going to top Ole Miss.
Well, I'm looking at who Miami they knocked off Ohio State, which is a pretty good win. But also look at Ole Miss, who beat a darn good Georgia team, and to come back when they was down and beat Georgia. I just think Ole Miss has got a little bit more power to knock Miami down. And so I'm with you, Steve. I'm going with Ole Miss.
And you went with Indiana, didn't you, Steve, on this?
Correct. Yep.
All right. Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm going to go with Indiana on that. They got a 63% favorability on winning that. They got a 3.5 point spread on it, and they're looking at game probably going over 48. 48.5 points. So
okay.
I got to go with Indiana on this. I think they just played some phenomenal ball all year.
They've defied all the odds all season long, right? I mean, every opponent everyone that picked someone like Ohio State to beat them. They're undefeated, right? They could go from wire to wire undefeated.
Right. They just played some phenomenal ball.
So you think there's going to be 48 total points scored between the two of them?
I think it's probably going to be close. I mean, you think about it. It's Oregon. They've been scoring some decent points, but Oregon and the three best players that they have. Of course, Dante Moore. Quarterback and stuff. He can. He's pretty versatile. But my goodness, Mendoza and in Indiana, they just. I don't know. They're like a well-oiled machine, man. They just seem to read each other's minds and stuff like that. And I noticed Oregon gets pretty flustered. When things start going wrong, and Indiana already beat them once. I mean, they, in Oregon. So, I just don't think the Ducks has it. What it takes. And when you look at like I said, when you look at the games that they played, they did not have that tough of a schedule. Everybody, a lot of people talk about Ohio State not having that tough of a schedule. Well, hell, Oregon didn't either. But, I don't know. I just think, I think.
Well, I
Mendoza
think
Oregon's going to pull it out.
Here's what I think the scenario we're setting up with this game is. I go back to Alabama and Oklahoma. It's hard to beat a team twice in 1 year. And Oregon's seen what Indiana has to offer. So it's fresh in their minds. And they're going to be able to study that tape and see how Indiana beat them and what they need to do to improve, and still go back out with the game plan that they need to win. And so, with that being said, I'm going to take Oregon.
Okay.
Wow.
So we're going apart on both games. Steve was real on Indiana with me on Ole Miss, so eventually Steve will probably win one at least.
Well, since you guys started bringing me into the mix, what have I gone, like 2-10 or 2-12 or something?
You are sitting at 2-11.
2-11. Okay.
You're doing good though.
Yeah, all right.
Don't worry about it.
You're learning. Grump's at 5-8, and I'm at 9-4. It's like I said, I've technically won it all, but it's matching wits and seeing how we can finish out this season.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the emotions of it, I would love to see a Miami-Indiana national championship. But studying it, it looks more like Ole Miss and Oregon. So, but really, when you get right down to these 4 teams, you're not going to be disappointed who makes it. And the national championship will be played Monday the 19th. So we'll get a good week layoff. They were the teams will. I ain't sure where that national championship game's been played. Do you know, Grump?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Where is that national championship game being played?
Where in the hell is it? Was it Atlanta? I can't remember.
Well, the Oregon, Indiana's in Atlanta, and Ole Miss and Miami's out there, Glendale, Arizona. I'm thinking L.A.
I think you're right. I think it is. I didn't have it down here. I had the other two, but I didn't have that one.
Well, for everybody that hates football, Steve, they ain't got to put up with too much more than me and Grump. So,
Hey,
go ahead, Grump.
yeah, let's talk a little bit here about this lawsuit, Damon Wilson. We started talking about that the other day, and I read the court filings here in Missouri, and also the one in Georgia. Damon actually countersued over this, but this is kind of weird, man. Just reading through it all. It started back in December 21st in 2024. They basically took 4 players upstairs, and they were talking about the NIL money. The one thing that I learned on this deal here is that the NIL money has, before you can become eligible for NIL money, you have to have what's called a license and option agreement. And what that is you're basically licensing your body, yourself. You know how anybody else would, any movie star or anything like that. They have their own license and all that. So that they can earn. Well, the funny thing about this was that the kid actually signed. What he signed was a non-binding agreement. It's called a term sheet, or a term agreement. And he signed that, and all that is it lists all the things, what they're negotiating over. And so he went on ahead and signed it, and hell, this Classic City Collective group that it was started by 2 employees, and they were actually employees of the school, and then they started this collective group, which right now every damn body under the sun is starting a collective group, and they're all getting together so that they can all share revenues. So it's turning into this big debacle. But this kid, he went on ahead and signed that, and then he initialed the non-disclosure. He didn't have a lawyer present or anything like that, and they told him he didn't need one, that he can just, go ahead and just basically look over the term sheet and everything. So anyway, he signed it. And there was no liquidated damages clause or anything like that. Things like that are usually written into a contract, not into a term sheet. So it wasn't there. It wasn't present. So after he signed this damn thing, Georgia played their last game. But on Christmas, after he signed it on the 21st, he got a $30,000 check. Now, bear in mind that this is still the 2024 season. So he got a $30,000 check from the collective. All right, and then they talked about the term, which was $500,000. You get $30,000 and blah blah blah, and then a $40,000 bonus, and yada yada yada. It just went on. But basically, what he did was after Georgia lost to Notre Dame, he decided he would check into the portal to get into the transfer portal. Now, what this does is, I don't know if everybody knows what transfer portal actually is. It's nothing more than a database. And when players enter into the transfer portal, all their information's in there, like how many tackles they've had, all this other stuff. And coaches look at this. Coaches in schools will look at it. This information. They'll, if they're looking for a certain tackle or they're looking for a running back or something like that, then they'll kind of bring these people in. They'll set up interviews with them that entered into the portal and see if they can't get them into the school. Well, what was weird about this was there was no kind of a clause whatsoever, no kind of anything, any kind of a non-negotiable provisions or anything on this. And part of his lawsuit is also a defamation suit against Georgia. They, as soon as he entered the portal, he's signed up and everything for the portal, and schools started looking at him. One of them was Ohio State, and he was going to go to Ohio State and go through an interview process and talk to him and everything like that. But someone at Georgia school, and they still don't know who in the hell it was, called Ohio State and said that if you want this guy, he has a $1.2 million contract buyout. Now, one thing the kid never had was a contract. All he had was a term sheet that was non-binding. So he never had any kind of a contract, never signed a contract or anything. So this kind of throwed a monkey wrench in there. And so he he got on their butts about it, and finally got a lawyer after Missouri picked him up. Well, they called Missouri and said, school there, and the Tigers, and said, he's got a $1.2 million buyout. Missouri says malarkey. He don't have any kind of a buyout. He has no contract. Show me the contract. Well, they couldn't produce a contract. They said, what we have is a term sheet. That was an agreement. I said, it doesn't matter. It does not matter that he has a term sheet. Number one, in Missouri, it's non-negotiable. It's non-binding. In Georgia, it's non-binding. The only place that they are binding at is Pennsylvania and California, and there's one other goofy-ass state that believes in this. But anyway, all this collective stuff, from every school right now is getting together with these collectives. And this is going to drive sports, college sports, into the gutter as far as I'm concerned, because after that Supreme Court decision back in July, well, it was actually in June, but they got everything in July of last year. That's what stems from all this. When the Supreme Court decided that schools or players can be compensated for their NIL, for their name, their image, and their likeness. And it can come from schools. Now, schools don't have to go through any of these collectives right now, but they're doing it. They're having them write all the contracts and stuff like that, and they're kind of playing stupid. But schools are also profiting off these players. I mean, a lot of money. A lot of them are right now. The school's getting, some of them are getting 30-40% of whatever the player's getting. So it's, it turned out to be this money grab, and I listened to a lot of people on YouTube, and a lot of them talking that didn't read any of the court filings or anything like that. They just automatically went to this kid and started, bashing on him, saying, he's just screwing Georgia and all this. He didn't. All right, he didn't. He entered into the portal like he could. There was nothing in any kind of a contract. There was not a damn thing that said he could not enter into that portal. But where everything went south was when Georgia, the University of Georgia, started calling around to different schools and saying, hey, you don't want to pick him up because he's got you're going to have to pay for his buyout, his contract buyout. He didn't even have a damn contract. So right now, the Missouri filing was 42 pages long, and it goes into depth about everything. And Georgia was just about the same, but it admitted that, that it was just a term sheet. So I think in the end, he's going to win. Number one, it's going to be dismissed. If any judge was to hold that up, I don't know who the hell it would be, and say, well, he entered in this term sheet agreement and all this other crap, that let's go with that. I don't see it happening. At most, I don't even think he's going to have to pay back $30,000 because that's all he got. And they're wanting $347,000 right now off of him, and then they're claiming their defamation. They're claiming that he was obligated for a $1.2 million buyout. It's just sour grapes on the school's part the way it looks, and in both filings it looked the same. So I don't know. I just think that if it's a non-enforceable agreement, then that's just the way it is. But they keep talking about the liquidated damages, and all these are is a penalty that's usually written into a contract. It's a provision in that contract that keeps individuals from breaking the terms of the contract. But it wasn't a contract. They can put it in there, liquidated damages into the agreement and say these are going to be written into the contract. If you break the contract, well, they can put whatever they want into that term sheet or that term agreement because it's all negotiable. I mean, they're still in the process of figuring out what they're gonna pay or what they're gonna get. So he was never under contract, and this is just the way it is. I'm kind of anxious to see how this is going to turn out, and it'll probably be in the spring before they ever go to court on this, and unless it's just dismissed, on the merits that he had no contract and he was eligible for the portal. So anyway, you get your view on that, Ed.
Well, you said that it's non-binding contract, so therefore Georgia ain't got no leg to stand on as far as liquidated damages. There is none. But when it goes to what that to me is going to change, it's like when they're hiring these head coaches. They're going to put. They have to guarantee. They didn't guarantee no money.
Right. And so that's something else. He's not an employee of the school. he was not an employee like a coach. A lot of the binding agreements with a coach, is number one, that they have liquidated damages, that they will pay off a certain amount or have a buyout a certain amount. But these college students are not employees of the school, regardless.
Right.
It's going to be interesting.
Which says when they go to doing these contracts, they're going to have to do them like they do the pros. You get a pro player under contract. If another team picks him up when they put him in the pool, whatever they put him in to play for another team, they have to
the portal. Hey, we got to pause there.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says video of an ICE agent fatally shooting a woman in Minneapolis turned your stomach.
Well, I've never been for ICE going into our cities, period. Doesn't belong there.
He's calling for a quick and full investigation. Political reaction to the shooting remains sharply divided along party lines. Kentucky Senator Rand Paul says he opposes any U.S. military action to seize Greenland, pledging to do everything to stop a military takeover, as the White House considers a range of options, including force, for acquiring the Danish territory. Paul stressed Congress must retain war-making authority. President Trump says Venezuela is turning over 30 to 50 million barrels of oil to the United States.
Trump took to Truth Social to say the oil will be sold at market value, with the money controlled by the U.S. He added he asked Energy Secretary Chris Wright to get things going immediately. Trump has said he's effectively running Venezuela and focused on boosting oil production in the South American country. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A deadly fungus is spreading across the nation.
The CDC says Candida auris infected people in 27 states in 2025. It's a type of yeast infection, most often acquired in healthcare settings. It's highly contagious. It can cause severe infection, which is tough to treat because most antibiotics are ineffective against Candida auris. This superbug has turned up on bed rails, hospital equipment, windows, sinks, and floors. The CDC says if infected, the mortality rate ranges from 30 to 60%. I'm Jim Root.
Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow dropped 466 points, the S&P 500 fell 23 points, and the Nasdaq gained 37 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength
and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Hilton has dissolved its relationship with a Minnesota hotel that's been accused of denying federal immigration agents from booking accommodations.
According to the Department of Homeland Security, Hilton hotels maliciously canceled their reservations when officers attempted to book rooms using their government emails. Hilton issued a statement on X explaining that the independent hotel owner assured the company the problem was fixed, but cited new video that clearly raises concerns over the location's ability to meet its operating standards. The hotel chain said it would reach out to other owners to reinforce the standards to help ensure something like this doesn't happen again. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul is laying out initiatives to crack down on ghost guns ahead of her State of the State address next Tuesday.
Hochul says the bill would create criminal penalties for those who make and sell untraceable guns, which can typically be made or altered using a 3D printer. The measure would also require manufacturers to design guns so that they can't be easily modified into machine guns.
We will not allow do-it-yourself gun traffickers to convert their homes into unsanctioned firearm factories.
Governor Hochul is touting her commitment to getting guns off the streets, saying shootings dropped 60% last year from when she first got into office in 2021. I'm Natalie Migliori.
A 29-year-old man in Berlin has been charged after allegedly attempting to stab a 60-year-old man wearing a Star of David necklace. The suspect reportedly shouted anti-Semitic statements before police intervened. Authorities are treating the attack as motivated by anti-Semitism. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
All right, welcome back. Welcome aboard. Those just joining us as we kick off a brand new day. Yeah, closing out Hump Day Thursday, or you like to call it Friday Eve, is upon us, 8th day of January. Hope your week's going well. Enjoying those warmer temperatures in the east next couple of days. Record highs potentially. Yeah, it looks like the warmer air continues here in our region, the Ohio Valley, probably till about Sunday. Then the bottom falls out. Temperatures drop like a brick. We will have a couple of clipper systems traversing the east. Actually, a pair of storms Yeah, sweeping from Texas to the Great Lakes over the weekend. But the first of two storms will be bringing some drenching rain, some thunderstorms, flash flooding. Yeah, ponding of water on the roadways, slick highways stretching from northern Texas to much of Michigan from later today into Thursday night. Yeah, starting later this afternoon into the evening, thunderstorms from central Oklahoma and northeastern Texas, stretching to central Illinois and western Kentucky. Could be strong enough to produce some damaging winds, hail, even a brief tornado or two. On the colder side, the northwest side, will see some accumulated snow unfold later Thursday into Thursday night. We could see enough snow from parts of eastern Nebraska to the UP of Michigan. That first storm finishes up in the northeast on Friday with mostly areas of rain and fog. And we'll delve into our second system as we progress here into the new day. First, we'll get back to, we were talking college football, the whole NIL scenario, the portal, and how things are really screwing up college football. Welcome back, gentlemen.
Yeah, right quick, Steve, on them storms here where I'm living, we're supposed to start getting hammered about 5, 6 o'clock in the morning.
Really?
Yeah, and I was looking at the radar, and we're going to get a real nasty storm in there about 5 in the morning, and there's potential for tornado.
Wow.
And I'm going to be honest with you, I'd rather deal with that than the snow and ice. So I'm not dropping.
Uh-huh.
I mean, the weather's been nice. We ain't had much of a winter, and I'm not dropping. Hell, maybe we're the new Florida in the central United States, So I don't know if it's global warming or what, but I'm not dropping. But anyway, back to Grump's question. I just don't see, unless they put these players in more of a binding contract or a contract itself, like they do the pros, I don't see they're ever going to get control of this NIL. I just don't see it. What do you think, John?
I think that the one thing that they're going to have to do is make sure that these contracts and everything is that these guys have counsel before they sign anything, because I think these schools have they're just ripe to take advantage of these young players that's coming up. That it's more money than they'll ever see in their because the chances of them making pros is just slim to none. It's such a wide field. I mean, they can enter the pros, but enter the draft, but that doesn't mean a damn thing. So I think they're just going to have to really look at this and make sure that nobody's taking advantage of them. And it's I don't know. I wish they'd just take the damn money out of it, to be honest with you. I wish they'd just take the money out and just have the school compensate these guys for whatever they sell. They get a portion of the jerseys, or they get a portion of the, whatever it is that they're selling, instead of hiring these damn collectives that go out and solicit companies to come in and sponsor these guys, because the school is getting a ton of money off of it. The collective's getting a ton of money off of it. And it's where's it going to end at? It's turned into this business. Then nobody ever heard of the damn collectives until after the
right. And what you're saying, the players are the ones that's going to be getting the shot. They're not going to get the education they need to be getting, and everybody else is going to be getting the darn money. Does that make sense?
Yep, and they're not even trying to sell that education. They're not even trying to sell an education. They're trying to sell them on the fact that they're going to be rich, college athletes, and they should be trying to sell them that they're going to be, compensated. Yeah, maybe, for their stuff, but they're going to get a hell of a good education, because their life expectancy of football, I mean, they got a shelf life of 5 to 7 years in football, and that's it. And then their stumbling around, punch drunk, with concussions and every damn thing else, wondering where in the hell the next dollar is going to come from. It's
So
look at all the programs.
Did that collective group negotiate on this kid's behalf?
Yeah. What they're negotiating on is they're writing the contracts and saying this is what the school wants to offer you. And at first they're acting like a third party when in reality they're part of the damn school. When the school when they opened it up for the school to start compensating, these individuals, and said, they can pay them because of their name, image, and likeness. I think it kind of stepped on these young players. I think because they don't know what the hell to do. It's like Damon Wilson. When they take 4 of them upstairs, into this negotiation, which they said was a negotiation, which it wasn't. All the term sheets were already pre-signed by the collective. So, the kids had to just put their names on them, and say, yeah, hell, But I don't think these lawsuits are going to be over. I think when you got schools that are trying to defame these kids and smear them, and just to get them to stay at that school, I think it's opening the door up for a lot more than what we're going to see here. I mean, it's a damn shame that it's turned into this kind of a business, basically. And schools they've always made money off ticket sales and every damn thing else. When you got 80,000 people packed into a stadium, they're making $6 to $8 million per game at their home stadium. When they're packed, just off of ticket sales. That's a lot of damn money to bring in when you got 14 games and stuff. And when they play in other at other places, of course it's shared. They share the money at because of the ticket sales. Hell, if Missouri wants to see Oklahoma, or Oklahoma comes to Missouri, they're not going to do it unless they're compensated. They get a little bit of that gate money, but this is completely different. This is big dollars, man. This is just.
Well, don't each one of these schools don't these schools their gate sales that all pulls into one big pool, and then each school gets so many millions for being in that conference.
Right. Yeah. And that's the thing. It's so divided up, and for the conference and everything. It's like, Missouri's getting they're getting like a $300 million makeover there at Faurot Field. And they count on donations and gate and money that's made off the football games and things to pay for all that. And then when you get to looking at it, that's all minor compared to all the players and the compensation and everything from the sponsorships that these players are bringing in, and these damn collectives are stepping up and writing these contracts and everything else where these guys are getting this tons of money. And you just kind of wonder where in the hell the end of it is. I mean, it's like you say, there is no education involved in it. It's no longer about an education. All it's about is how fast can you compensate somebody and how much. What happens when they when they're done, when they tear an ACL or something like that and they're done playing football, period. How much of that compensation money are they going to get? They got any kind of written guarantees into that? No, they don't. Not on some. I know on his term sheet and stuff like that. I didn't see a damn thing in there that said if he's injured, that he's going to be compensated for it. It's like, it's like hell. If the horse shows up to race, then he gets compensated. But if the horse ain't there, then all he's doing is eating hay. He's just a liability at that point in time. So I hate it, man. I feel sorry for some of these kids because they don't know what the hell they're doing, and the school fills them full of crap, like like this guy, and they're talking all this garbage and everything, saying, hey, you don't need a lawyer, we're going to step upstairs and, this is just a term sheet and everything. We're just going to go over what we're going to discuss and stuff like that. And then he initials a damn NDA that says he can't even talk to a lawyer about it. He can't disclose anything that was in that term sheet, as long as the school has control over it. Without a lawyer present, why is he even doing it? He don't know any better.
Back in the day, your bigger name stars used to get insured through the Lloyds of London. I remember Sam Bradford did, just in case they got hurt and couldn't go into the NFL. So I'm wondering how many of these players signing these so-called NIL contracts, is somebody putting insurance on them? And then if so, how much is that player going to get out of that? God, man, you see the deep sewage pit that's been dug?
Yeah,
if you're in school, and if you have to get a guaranteed contract for the player, well, you've got to protect your liabilities. God, man, that was. See, I'm not educated enough to really get into this stuff, Steve. That's where I'm depending on you to have a good, intelligent conversation with Grump. I'm going off the seat of my pants.
I'm there with you there, Ed.
We're both damn dummies. God, man, that's
too damn bright on it, but
deeper.
I've been doing a lot of reading on it, and the more you read on it, you just think, what the hell's wrong with the schools?
I don't see how they're going to get this in control.
It's going to take Congress. It's literally going to take Congress to write some through the education department, but they're doing away with that. Now it's all going to state. So it's literally going to take, I don't know, it's going to take several lawsuits and things like that. Maybe it's going to be left up to individual states, for the schools and then what's that going to do? That's going to open the door for a mass exodus of, if kids ain't getting what they want, if these players aren't getting what the hell they want, they're like, what the hell? I'll just enter the portal and go somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that seems to be what they're doing right now anyway. It's just, I don't know. It's, they get a taste of this money.
This ain't football. It's in basketball and baseball.
No, it's everything. It's everything. Even damn hockey, man. And it. What gets me is there was nothing in the lawsuit, period, or the Supreme Court decision that would stop high schools from bringing in sponsors and bringing in other kids from the other schools just to win these damn championships and stuff. Is it getting that competitive? It's just, I don't know. Like I said, it just burns me up that, this is where it's going. But hey, I guess it's all about the almighty dollar. We're just going to have to sit back and see where the ride takes us. I guess that's all we can do right now.
Well, Steve, you kind of cut me off the other night when I say my famous thing that I should get copyrighted. I don't know it all, but I do know my football.
There you go.
Remember, that's copyrighted. And if that's all you gentlemen got from me, hell, I'm going to be up 2 hours now because of Grump filling my brain full of stuff I don't understand. But I understand football, and I'm telling you, Ole Miss going to kick Miami's ass, and Oregon's going to kick Indiana's ass. Well, that being said, you gentlemen be safe, and we'll talk to you Sunday night, Monday morning.
All right, there you go. The prognosticator of prognosticators. Sounds like fighting words. Based on my picks previous to this morning, he may be correct. If you want to know who to bet against, listen to who Steve says.
Well, I hadn't been too good in that area either. I and it's when you go back through it, it's come down to a field goal or something like that. So he's been pretty damn lucky too. There's a lot of luck involved in that. And it's just the way it is. It's just whoever shows up. We said it from the very beginning, and some days the teams that I pick will show up. And most of the days, the teams that Ed picks shows up. So it's just one of them things, buddy. But it's been fun. It really has. I've really enjoyed the discussions and the things that we've talked about, and kind of trying to educate people a little bit on what's going on in the college world and the sports world and things, and get it out there. I think it's just been like I said, it's just been a fun time. I've really enjoyed it.
Good deal. Well, I guess I'll see if I can find any of these games on television. We talked, with the last weekends, everything turned out to be like on ESPN or whatever, and I don't have a subscription to ESPN. I couldn't find anything.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't remember where in the hell they were, like on Prime. I think one of them was on Prime, but yeah, I don't know. I haven't even looked to see what the hell they're on.
Yeah,
this
of course.
They should.
Tonight's game,
You know?
these evening games on weeknights. Of course, I'll be getting my beauty rest. I'll be up in time to see how things conclude with tonight's game, and of course, I'd be able to watch Friday night.
Well, you don't want to screw with that beauty rest, brother.
I need all I can get.
You and me both, buddy. You and me both, man. It's yeah, that's just the way it is. I don't have to sneak up on a glass of water, but ain't far from it.
All right, Grump. Well, thank you so much, the analyst, the prognosticator of prognosticators. All right, switching gears, I guess. Yeah, the shooting in Minneapolis. Is this going to be the catalyst for everybody that wants something for nothing? The latest opportunity to get out. Let's do some shooting and looting and rioting. Looking at from the Linwood Times in Seattle, posted about 2 hours ago, hundreds of people have left the Seattle Federal Building, have now taken to the streets of downtown to protest the fatal shooting of Renee Good by the ICE agent earlier in the day in Minneapolis. So Seattle, playing games tonight. What else shall we see? The local report said after the shooting, all the protesters out there began cursing and yelling at officers as they tried to secure the scene. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry, of course a Democrat, fanning the flames, immediately calling for ICE to get the F out of this city. I am aware of a shooting involving an ICE agent. He wrote on social media, the presence of federal immigration enforcement is causing chaos in our city. We are demanding ICE leave immediately. We stand rock solid with our immigrant and refugee communities. In other words, we stand with illegals and criminals. Homeland Security Assistant Director, I think is McLaughlin, went on to blame all this anti-ICE rhetoric. This, she says, is a direct consequence of constant attacks and demonization of our officers by these sanctuary politicians who actually fuel and encourage rampant assaults on our law enforcement. I can share a couple of very interesting updates, new details, they say, raising some serious questions about the shooting here. There is new video footage that shows the wife, yes, the wife of Renee Good, the 37-year-old woman involved in that shooting this past day, standing outside the vehicle filming while ICE officers were being blocked by her vehicle. What the video shows, she's outside the SUV wearing a flannel shirt. She's walking around the vehicle recording officers. Renee is inside the car, and that's actively blocking the ICE vehicles. After the shooting, she runs back to check on Renee. She tells a nearby man, "That's my wife." When asked if she can call family, she says, "We're new here. I don't have people. I can't even breathe right now." So that raises some questions. The unavoidable question, why is she outside filming while her wife is using the vehicle to obstruct federal officials? We'll dissect. There's numerous other details here. What really happened? There's a lot of misleading information circulating out there. Yeah, some of the mainstream media are painting this as, quote, ICE shoot an innocent woman who was trying to simply drive away. You're hearing that. The actual details from credible outlets are telling a different story. Like, breaking it down claim by claim. We'll start with number one. Yes, she was blocking law enforcement vehicles. The video, the police accounts show her SUV stopped sideways in the street, intentionally blocking ICE vehicles during a federal enforcement operation. The vehicle was impeding officers' movement before any shots were fired. That's a fact. Now, this wasn't just some random or unrelated to law enforcement presence. According to video reviewed on the scene, reported by local news, agents repeatedly yelled for the driver to stop and exit the vehicle. Several agents attempted to engage before using force. One agent was behind the vehicle. One was attempting to open the driver's door. Another was standing in front of the vehicle where she had a clear view of that officer. That's important. The whole narrative that she was just trying to drive away, she panicked, that is not supported by multiple cameras showing attempts to stop the vehicle. We'll break for a news update and come back dissecting this piece by piece to get the truth of what actually transpired this past day.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Several Minnesota officials are testifying before Congress on state government fraud involving daycares and other services. Republican Representative Kristen Robbins says the probe is not about Islamophobia.
It is true that the majority of the fraud in Minnesota has taken place in the Somali community. And it is also true that some of our best whistleblowers are from the Somali community.
Chairman Representative James Comer has invited Governor Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison to a future hearing. The U.S. has seized the Russian-flagged oil tanker Marinera after a 2-week Atlantic pursuit, accusing it of violating U.S. sanctions tied to Venezuelan oil exports. British military support aided in the operation, while Russia sharply condemned the boarding as illegal under maritime law. U.S. forces also intercepted a second sanctioned tanker in the Caribbean waters. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air.
For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, welcome back. Picking up where we left off. We left off with the narrative. Sommers saying she just panicked. She was trying to drive away. All right, the vehicle was seen as an immediate threat as soon as she ignored the officer's direct orders and proceeded to drive. Officials, including a Minnesota public safety representative, described the woman's movements as refusing to comply, then aggressively moving the vehicle towards agents. The refused to obey commands and then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle. That was from the Minnesota Public Safety briefing this past day. The language, weaponize her vehicle. That's why federal self-defense justification is being cited. Now, media narratives do not match the full context. They tell us some headlines emphasize ICE shot an innocent driver. Others saying the woman deliberately tried to run over the ICE agents with her vehicle. Even local leaders who criticized the shooting acknowledged conflicting evidence of how this unfolded, yet not that she was simply leaving. Even the mayor said the federal explanation was garbage, but he did not say she was just driving off. Now, multiple angles show at least two agents approaching the vehicle with different commands. One telling her to get away, to move, another telling her to get out. That's precisely the kind of detail they say that law enforcement investigators are going to have to analyze, and part of why an independent review is underway. Now, local news, review of body cam and security cam footage. The fact that there may have been differing commands doesn't excuse anything, but it does explain why authorities are investigating and withholding final judgment until all footage and testimony is examined. At the time of reporting, no final official conclusion had been publicly released about whether the use of deadly force was justified. That determination typically comes after a full review of all the video angles, witness statements, ballistics, forensics, expert use of force analysis. The FBI and Bureau of Criminal Apprehension both say they're investigating the incident. Now, what the facts really show. The credible official statements support, first of all, ICE agents were engaged in an enforcement encounter, not some random traffic duty. The woman on her own chose to block ICE agents from doing their job, was confronted by agents, given commands before force was used. Officials described her movement as non-compliance and potentially threatening. There may have been conflicting commands captured on video. Investigations by federal and state authorities are ongoing. Now, this coming from someone who I believe maybe has some law enforcement experience, stating, if we're going to be honest, you have to slow the video down and look at what actually happened, not what people wanted to show. When the vehicle begins to move, it does not immediately turn away from the officer like you would typically see if you wanted to avoid hitting something. Frame by frame, you can see the officer's positioned directly in front of the vehicle in an attempt to stop her. The driver presses the gas while the officer is still in that path. The turn to the right occurs after the officer draws his weapon. If the intent had been simply to flee without endangering anyone, the vehicle would have immediately turned away from the officer. It did not. That is a distinction that matters. This was not some random shooting of a person who was just walking up or doing nothing. This was a violent encounter involving a vehicle which under U.S. law is considered a potentially deadly weapon. There are additional video angles that clarify. Another angle circulated shows the incident from the front of the vehicle, that is important context. From that angle, you can see that an agent originally approached from behind the vehicle, then moved along the right side of the car. The agent walked directly across the front of the vehicle to reposition himself in front of the vehicle. At the moment the agent crossed in front of the car, the vehicle lunged forward, making contact with and forcing the agent to immediately pull to his right to avoid being struck down and knocked down by the vehicle. It was after that forward movement the agent perceived an immediate threat, drew his weapon. Only then does the vehicle turn right, consistent with an attempt to flee after the use of force decision had already been triggered. That matters because it directly contradicts the claim that the driver simply tried to drive away without endangering officers. A vehicle that accelerates while an officer is positioned in front of it is legally considered a potential deadly threat, regardless of intent. So that sequence, movement toward the officer first, evasive turn second, is visible when the video is slowed down frame by frame. That's why it's being evaluated as a use of force encounter involving a vehicle, not some random, unprovoked shooting. Now, what the law actually says, under long-standing federal and state use of force standards, a vehicle can constitute deadly force. Officers may use lethal force if they reasonably believe they face an imminent threat of serious bodily harm or death. Failure to obey lawful commands while advancing a vehicle forward towards an officer can meet that threshold. The standard comes from a U.S. Supreme Court ruling, Graham versus Connor, as well as the Department of Justice use of force policy, as well as the Minnesota Peace Officer Standards of Training guidelines. The question investigators examine is not intent after the fact. It's whether a reasonable officer in that moment perceived an imminent threat. That evaluation, they say, includes positioning, movement of the vehicle, failure to comply with commands, the timing that is measured in fractions of a second, not in hindsight minutes. That's why slowing the footage down matters. So he explains this is being reviewed under established legal standards, not internet narratives. Based on the visible sequence alone, the claim that she was just trying to drive away does not align with the video evidence. And these are facts that matter. Context matters. And vehicles used this way are not benign. Now, I'm sure you've seen the video, Pappy. You're actually one that has to kind of, when use of force occurs, you get to go through and examine all the evidence in these sort of scenarios, right?
Yes, sir. I do use of forces, and I gotta say whether the use of force was justified or not. Now, with that said, if it's an officer involved shooting, that will go above me, okay? Or CIS and Internal Affairs will both do an investigation.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, what you said here, and how many times have I said this on your show when I spewed out the justification for deadly force? It's when an officer believes that there is imminent threat of serious physical harm or death to the officer or others. And your key word, what you said here, was imminent threat, immediate threat of serious physical harm. So you don't have to say that his life was threatened. He was just threatened with serious physical harm. If you get hit by a car, Steve, would you consider that serious physical harm?
Absolutely.
If you got it broken, yeah, you know. So, listen, man, Steve, you know me. I am a straight shooter. I'm going to tell you everything I think. Once again, this just happened. It's going to take weeks, probably, for this investigation to get done. It all depends on all the evidence. Are they wearing body cameras, witness statements, all this stuff?
Mm-hmm.
It could be cleared pretty fast, depending on, certain criteria. Now, with that said, I'll comment on what we know right now. First of all, we know from witness testimony that this lady was there to block ICE with her vehicle. She was obstructing official business, committing a crime. When the officers went out to arrest her, she resisted arrest. That bumped up the criminal offense right there. And then when she put the vehicle in drive, and the roads were wet, I get it, not wet, but they were snow covered. When you slow it down, when she put that car in drive, then front wheels are starting to spin. And she went forward towards that officer. I would say any reasonable officer would say that he feared for his safety, he feared for serious physical harm and or death. And with that said, he might have been feared for his fellow officer that was standing by the door when she pulled off.
Mm-hmm.
He could have got knocked over and ran over. They said this officer just got drugged by a vehicle like a week or two before this. Did you hear that?
I had not.
That's what Fox News was reporting.
Okay.
That the officer involved in this shooting. Now, I was going to make a comment, and I'm still going to make it. But with that said, you just said something, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I did not see this video evidence. What I saw was the lady stopped in the road. There was another vehicle to her left. There was another vehicle to her right. The vehicle to the left was just a passerby, right? And the lady kind of like waved her on, right? And as that other passenger vehicle went by, she inched up farther in the roadway to block ice. You see two officers get out of their vehicle and approach her.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you didn't see the officer actually firing the shot. Now, what you just said, did I hear you correctly, that the officer that fired the shot got out of their vehicle, walked behind the suspect vehicle, out of view of the camera, and then walked back around in front of the vehicle? Is that what you just said?
That's what the breakdowns, frame by frame, they're describing. Yes.
All right. Well, I didn't see that. I didn't see the officer that fired the shots in this video. I didn't see him walk behind the vehicle. I thought he was already out when the two officers got out and walked over towards her car. That car to the right of her, I thought maybe was involved. Also, that officer that fired the shot was already out of his vehicle and maybe addressing that driver, right? And was walking back towards the other officers when he saw there was a problem going on there. Listen, is it in my mind, is it a justified shoot from what we have seen? Absolutely. Could the officer have made some better tactical decisions without seeing all the video and not knowing exactly why he was in front of that vehicle? What possessed him to walk in front of this vehicle? That's my only question. If he was dealing with that other vehicle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to figure out if the other vehicle to the right of the suspect's vehicle was involved in a crime by blocking, or if it was just another passerby, and he was walking back towards the suspect vehicle, then okay, I get it. You know, you're not expecting somebody to try to run you over. So there's some video that's lacking for me to try to make any real judgment if that was a bad tactical decision on his part to get in front of that vehicle. So, with that said, I mean, you know, I don't know about Minnesota state law,
mm-hmm.
but I can tell you, with every officer shooting, if it's not cleared and they try to charge him, and I don't even know if they can, Steve. I don't know, because this is a federal agent. The federal government's going to do the investigation, not Minneapolis police. I would assume.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume. Maybe find out more about this tomorrow. But the simple fact is, Steve, that these government officials that literally get out in front of the TV and tell these people, this is okay to do this. It's okay to interfere with ICE, right? It's okay to commit a crime. See, how many times have we heard about these federal agents getting rammed by other vehicles, right? So for these governors and senators and all these other people, I mean, Steve, they were literally on video telling the people to go out and stop ICE from doing their job.
Yep.
So if you don't put a stop to people committing crimes, obstructing official business, obstructing officers from doing their legal obligation, and you allow people to do this with no consequences, this is what's going to happen. You're going to have chaos in the streets. If officials would have put a stop to this, and people would realize, okay, I get out and try to stop a police officer from making an arrest, I'm going to go to jail. Maybe this wouldn't have happened. But that's not what's going on in this country. Be honest, I haven't watched the news. I got it on, but I was in the other room. So I don't know what's going on tonight. I don't know if they're burning the place down right now or not.
I don't either. I saw the video out of Seattle, which I wasn't seeing violence, but hundreds of people in the streets. You know, you just wait and see what unfolds.
You know, Steve, I hate to say it, but I posted it on Facebook. I really hate to say this, but I believe that these leaders were just hoping for something like this to happen. They wanted that spark to ignite the fire to cause chaos in our streets. Steve, if they didn't want this to happen, they would have been on TV, telling these people, stop interfering with federal agents. It's not your job to go out there and interfere with federal agents. But that's not what's happening. You made a comment I didn't hear. He's going to bring in the National Guard.
That's what Walsh is threatening.
Threatening to bring in the National Guard to stop ICE from doing their job.
Yes, but he said this is going to be Minnesota National Guard. This is going to be our National Guard.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes if he does something like this. Steve, here's the bottom line, is they're putting this false narrative out there, right, that ICE is just going into elementary schools, yanking children out of the classroom, right, kicking doors in on illegal immigrants that have committed no crime. They're just here illegally. Steve, they are going after the criminals. Violent criminals is who they are targeting. If an illegal immigrant that does not have a warrant out for his arrest happens to get caught up because they're hanging around the wrong illegal immigrant, they're still an illegal immigrant. They're still in this country unlawfully. But for the government officials, these leftists who go out and spread these false rumors about ICE, literally, Steve, I heard one, they're going into schools and ripping kids out of school.
Yeah,
Steve, that's totally false.
Lie. BS.
when they went into Chicago, Steve, they went into that Chicago apartment building. They had probable cause to believe that there was human trafficking. There was kids in there that were children being human trafficked, held as slaves, forced to do unspeakable sexual acts to other people. And what does CNN, what does OC, they're in there removing children from their apartments. They just flat out lie to cause chaos because they're anti-Americans. They want this country to fall. They want chaos in the streets. And when this happened today, I guarantee you there was some leftists just giggling in the background. We finally got a nice agent to shoot somebody.
Well, and I mean that was definitely an FAFO moment. Sadly. But we'll pause. News update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Several Minnesota officials are testifying before Congress on state government fraud involving daycares and other services. Republican Representative Kristen Robbins says the probe is not about Islamophobia.
It is true that the majority of the fraud in Minnesota has taken place in the Somali community. And it is also true that some of our best whistleblowers are from the Somali community.
Chairman Representative James Comer has invited Governor Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison to a future hearing. Tensions in Venezuela are rising as heavily armed far-left militias have taken control of Caracas.
Gunfire erupted near the presidential palace as the military reportedly deserted key posts. Experts warn interim President Delcy Rodriguez faces pressure from hardliners and the threat of U.S. intervention, raising fears of civil unrest or even a coup in the capital. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The U.S. has seized the Russian-flagged oil tanker Marinera after a 2-week Atlantic pursuit, accusing it of violating U.S. sanctions tied to Venezuelan oil exports. British military support aided in the operation, while Russia sharply condemned the boarding as illegal under maritime law. U.S. forces also intercepted a second sanctioned tanker in the Caribbean waters. A Long Beach, California man is agreeing to plead guilty to sending money to ISIS and possessing a homemade bomb.
Federal prosecutors say Mark Villanueva will enter his plea later this month. Court papers show the 29-year-old is pleading guilty to one count of attempting to provide material support to a foreign terrorist organization. He's also pleading to one count of being a felon in possession of a firearm, which is the homemade bomb. Investigators say they were able to intercept chats that he made offering support for terrorists. Villanueva is a lawful permanent resident from the Philippines and faces up to 35 years in prison when he's sentenced. I'm Mark Neafield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. And even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
The Trump administration is adding 25 new nations to a list requiring travelers to post bonds before entering the U.S.
The State Department says there are now 38 countries subject to the requirement. Venezuela, Cuba, and Bangladesh are among the new countries added to the updated list, which goes into effect January 21st. The majority of the countries are in Africa, including now Nigeria. Travelers from the countries on the list who are eligible for a visa could be required to post a bond of up to $15,000. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump says he's looking to stop investors from buying more single-family homes.
In a Truth Social post Wednesday, the president said people live in homes, not corporations. He said he'll be urging Congress to codify his plan to ban large institutional investors from buying more single-family homes. Trump called buying and owning a home the pinnacle of the American dream. He went on to blame record-high inflation caused by Joe Biden and the Democrats in Congress for letting that goal get out of reach. I'm Wendy Swanson.
Desmond Ricks, wrongfully imprisoned for 25 years, received over $1 million from Michigan under the Wrongful Imprisonment Compensation Act after a separate $7.5 million settlement from Detroit. The state is now seeking to reclaim the initial payment, although his attorney says no money can undo decades lost.
At the closing bell, the Dow dropped 466 points, the S&P 500 fell 23 points, and the Nasdaq gained 37 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, another hour off and rolling. From time zone to time zone, we turn the page on the calendar, 8th day of January. So, got a Thursday coming on. Let's start looking toward the weekend. Yes, indeed. Now, let me get back and finish up. Pappy, thanks for hanging in there.
Thanks for holding me over, Steve. Real quick, Fox News was just showing this, and I actually saw the video that you were talking about.
Yeah, okay.
A lot of it they cut out, they cut off, but they did show where the officer that fired the shots, he was walking behind her car. He had his cell phone out, right? Because there was a threat on the other side of the car. I think that lady that was standing on the other side of the car was in the car with this lady, the one that went running, screaming towards the van after the shooting.
That was her wife.
That was her wife. She, at some point, was in that car with that lady.
Okay.
She got out of the car, right? She could have posed a threat. So she's on the other side of the car. The officers can't see her. They can't see her hands. They don't know what she's doing. So that officer walked behind the car to videotape this lady for maybe possible identification. Maybe we'll charge and come after her later rather than do it right now. And just to make sure she wasn't armed, because you just don't know, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know who you're dealing with. And then he did walk, and I think he told that car on the right, he probably told them to get out of there, which they did, when he started to walk around towards the front of the car. Looks to me like he got hit.
Yes.
He was limping after the fact. You could tell he was kind of limping a little bit. So the car definitely hit him. You can at least say it brushed up against him.
Right.
Right? So, just a bad situation. You hate to call anybody out, but was it a bad move to put himself in front of that car? Another thing I noticed is one of the ICE agents was telling her to get out of the car. The window was down. He's pulling on a car handle. The door's locked.
Yep.
He reaches in to unlock the car door so he can open the car door. Steve, we don't reach into cars. It's a no-no. You just don't do it. Bad things happen. That's how you get drugged. That incident here in Cincinnati, Ray Tenzing, when that officer reached inside the car to take the keys out of the ignition.
Mm-hmm.
That's when all that went down. He reached in to take the keys out of the ignition. The guy put it in drive and started to take off, and he shot and killed the dude. That's how you get hurt. I train my guy. We don't reach into cars no more. Maybe back in the day, right? But you learn from your mistakes. You just don't do it anymore. What a shame, Steve. I mean, here you got some. And listen, these are all paid protesters. The majority of these people there are getting paid to be there and cause this issue. And they're even told, don't worry, if you get arrested, we will bail you out, and we got the judges in the palm of our hand where you will not get convicted. The hell kind of country we living in?
Mm-hmm. And they do
People
say
getting paid.
The woman that you saw standing outside the vehicle, I hadn't seen the footage where she at some point I didn't realize she was in the vehicle, but the wife, she was out there recording, but after her wife was shot and she ran up to him, she's the one that said, Yeah, we're new here. I don't have people. And now the plates on that vehicle, they say, were registered in Missouri.
Steve, it's a known fact. Let's find out the history on these two. Right? Who are they?
Had they come into town to officially participate in the protests?
Yeah. Are they out of towners here? Maybe paid the cost trouble. That same guy that went in and did this investigation into all these daycare centers, I forget his name, Nick something.
Yeah.
He goes around all these protesters, and he put a couple videos out. And I think one of them I reposted. And when he goes to these protests, he recognizes all these people. Hey, I saw you at the last one. That's Bill. Hey, Bill, you're getting a lot of money. I think he said there was like $2 million that this guy received. And when he takes that money and then he farms it out to the lower people to make sure they show up.
Mm-hmm.
Every time he goes to different protests, there's this one lady. He knows her by name. He said, she's at every protest I go to. She's here. So when you got people being paid to throw rocks, right, at agents, to disrupt things, to cause chaos, who's behind it? Why are they doing it? And it's just common sense answers, Steve. Common sense answers. Thanks for taking the call, man. I appreciate it. We'll see what comes. And
undoubtedly,
Minneapolis, they better vote some new people in and get some new government in there, because that city's a hurting puppy right now. And you hate to see it for all the good people that live there. You know what I mean? Steve, I hate to say it, if you live in these daggone cities, if you got the ability to back up and go, I would suggest doing it. Thanks, babe. Watch your six.
Watch your six. Thank you, Pappy. All right. I guess breaking news out of Salt Lake City just several hours ago, as of just before the midnight hour Eastern time. Yeah, Salt Lake City police say they have taken a suspect into custody. This reports of a shooting occurring at a church, Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Salt Lake City Police Department, Glenn Mills, confirming it was about a little after 7:30. That would be Mountain Time. A call coming in about a shooting at a church of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints meeting house. There was a funeral taking place at the meeting house. Reports of an altercation broke out, leading to shots being fired. According to Mills, there are at least 8 victims, 2 of whom have died, 3 individuals in critical condition, 3 individuals in unknown conditions. Some of the victims were taken via private vehicle to the hospital, which the chief says has complicated the situation. In addition to the victims who were transported, Mills said there were dozens of people attending the event and inside the church at the time of the shooting. Law enforcement has been interviewing those in person for additional information. They do say that all victims are adults. Now, the initial report said police were actively looking for at least one suspect who fled the scene. And a little, as of 9:50 p.m., that would be Mountain Time, the update from ABC4 there in Salt Lake City says it appears police have taken someone into custody, confirming they have detained individuals, but could not confirm how many were detained at this point in time, and specified they're currently considered suspects. ABC4 has acquired footage from a neighbor in the area in which you can hear gunshots shortly before law enforcement responded to the church for a shooting. Salt Lake City. Keep those folks in your prayers.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Hello to Rick in Columbus, joining us this Thursday morning. There's 5-7 on board. Copy in the mail. Go Navy. Hello to Billy. Morning, Steve. The overnight drive, folks. 46 degrees. Beulahville, North Carolina. Have a great Friday Eve. Neighbor Dave on board. How you doing there, Neighbor Dave? It's been a while. Happy New Year, by the way. All right, meanwhile, let's get back to our listening friends. Let me see. Scrapyard, I believe. We got you, Scrapyard.
What's happening, Captain? Out here playing in a little bit of rain and gusting winds out here, picking up and laying down and doing it again. Yeah, it's been a hell of a dead-gum night, and woke up, was headed to work, found out my great-aunt and great-uncle were nearly killed in Texas by a hit-and-run semi-driver that drug them 450 yards, apparently, rear-ended them, got their pickup truck hung in the front, hit him like in the rear on the left-hand side, and got tangled up in the brush yard, drug him 450 yards, and hit him not once but twice, and the driver was shaking the truck back and forth, from what witnesses said, trying to dislodge him. Never slowed down, and they ended up shooting backwards off out into the trees and flipping upside down, and they had to cut the truck apart to get my elderly great-aunt and uncle out of the truck.
Wow.
People chased the driver down while having the Texas State Police and apparently also the Texas Rangers showed up to this guy's house and snapped him up. Never made it an attempt to slow down. Apparently hit him in excess of 85 mile an hour.
Wow.
And never attempted to slow down. So you never know when everything can just absolutely go wrong and all that stuff. But it is what it is and all that. See something, say something.
Crazy times, Scrapyard, I'm telling you.
Oh yeah, And I found out from another driver tonight, it looks like the drug smugglers have found a new way to get fentanyl across our southern border in commercial motor vehicles inside of the fire extinguisher because they don't look at them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, using a condom as a bladder, emptying them out, and trimming the pickup tube in the extinguisher, and filling it with the condom with fentanyl, tying it off, dropping it in, putting the powder back in, and recharging the system so it sprays powder. But bringing it into the country like that without modifying the fire extinguisher, so that's something else for our Border Patrol to be on the lookout for.
Well, Scrapyard, it's good to hear from you. I'm glad. I guess your family relatives are okay. All is said and done. Correct?
Yeah, they finally got out of the hospital this previous evening, and I finally got out of the hospital and back home. And my great aunt, God bless her, when the truck was on the driver's side, she fell on top of my great uncle, and he's a veteran, apparently a war hero from the Korean War, decorated veteran, and she ended up on top of him. Mm-hmm. Excuse me, didn't mean to cough at you there. But they finally got him home, and they're doing all right. Banged up pretty badly, but alive. And out here making this run and get this thing back to the house and all that. So I got to work again this coming evening and all that. It's a hell of a thing to have to work on your birthday, but it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
We're out here doing this thing, so there's going to be some pretty serious storms moving in across here from the way that they're talking over during the day and up into the evening Thursday and all that. Look like some serious thunderstorms with high wind potential, so y'all be careful out there.
And you're probably going to see some tornado watches at some point today as well. 23 past the hour. Meanwhile, in Texas, Harris County, Wednesday morning, a teenager facing charges in connection with a shooting that left a truck driver with critical injuries, according to police. Again, this was January 7th. This past morning, near the Sam Houston Parkway in northeast Harris County, Texas, the incident involved the male driver of a semi-truck and two occupants of a sedan. The sedan occupants, 23-year-old driver and her 15-year-old brother, told the Harris County Sheriff's Office that the truck driver clipped their side mirror with her trailer, and they were trying to get him to stop. The teen apparently fired once towards the truck in an effort to get him to stop. The teen sat on the front passenger's window ledge and fired over the top of the vehicle, which a bullet then went through the truck door, striking the driver. The sedan occupants were detained at the scene. According to CDL Life, the truck driver is listed in critical but stable condition, having undergone surgery this past day. That's a brilliant way to get another vehicle to stop, right? Let's shoot them. Good golly. Eagle, what's happening this morning?
Yeah, okay, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. Look like we're getting close to the bottom here. I may have to finish up, but I'll get started. Hey, Steve, over the years, we've talked, about these different deals that goes on in America. And didn't I tell you just last night, I said that it seems like Democrats and losers go good together. Well, look like I was right again, because you see what the mayor made a complete jerk of himself. I almost ran off the road today, Steve, when I was driving. when I was listening to the news conference by the mayor when he was using profanity. I've never heard a so-called mayor of a major city use such language on a public broadcast, a live broadcast, when he told the ICE to get the F out of town. You know, he should be, as far as I'm concerned, but like I said, they don't have no government. They don't have nobody that's doing the right thing in no way. But if they had the right people in charge, he would be out of a job right now, as far as I'm concerned, for the way he conducted himself. Because there was women and kids that was looking at that broadcast, and I don't care how upset you are, how mad you are, you have to conduct yourself with some type of dignity, and he didn't have any, even before this incident. So he's disgusting the way he conducted himself. And, for him to say that about the ICE people, Steve, we've talked about this, over and over and over and over and over for the last 4 years. First of all, it's what needs, before I even get started on what I'm about to say. Remember, all these losers out there, these people are protesting for people that are in the country illegally. They've already broken a law when they cross the border in America illegally. That goes for the Somalis, the Haitians, the Guatemalans, in Mexico, wherever you come from. If you came in the U.S. illegally, you've broken the law, no matter what you think. So when you say that the ICE unit people are picking people up unauthorized, no, they're not unauthorized picking nobody up, picking you up because you're here illegally. Am I right or am I wrong, Steve?
That's 100% correct, Eagle.
Because I'm fed up with these guys, the governor and the mayor. These guys, somebody's going to get killed. Luckily today, it wasn't an ICE man that got killed. But it's going to happen because of the rhetoric of these people. You can't call these people Nazis and Gestapos and all these other names that these people are calling these individuals. That woman, Steve, that woman that got killed today, if she would have been at home watching television, or she'd have been at work like she was supposed to be, and not a paid agitator, because Pappy talked about it. That woman wasn't even from Minnesota. She was an individual that came in from out of town
out of state. Yeah. And I'm seeing videos coming in over the evening. There's been protests. San Diego, people in the streets. New York, looks like hundreds in the streets there in New York. Now let's get a news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Several Minnesota officials are testifying before Congress on state government fraud involving daycares and other services. Republican Representative Kristen Robbins says the probe is not about Islamophobia.
It is true that the majority of the fraud in Minnesota has taken place in the Somali community. And it is also true that some of our best whistleblowers are from the Somali community.
Chairman Representative James Comer has invited Governor Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison to a future hearing. The U.S. has seized the Russian-flagged oil tanker Marinera after a 2-week Atlantic pursuit, accusing it of violating U.S. sanctions tied to Venezuelan oil exports. British military support aided in the operation, while Russia sharply condemned the boarding as illegal under maritime law. U.S. forces also intercepted a second sanctioned tanker in the Caribbean waters. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are now part of healthcare sharing because it just makes so much sense, especially right now. And MediShare is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before January 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is January 15th, so call now. You'll save even more. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40, 855-SHARE-40.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, we just roll on to the late night, early morning hours as we get a new day underway. Yeah, as far as the woman shot by ICE this past day, all I know is there was photos of the vehicle, and they had zoomed in on the license plate, and they said the plates were from Missouri. So I'm just assuming, these two, and of course the wife, when she says we're new to town, yes. Sounds like that kind of leads me to believe they just had driven up there to be part of the protest. Other eyewitnesses testified that she was the lead vehicle in a protest. She was definitely trying to obstruct the ICE vehicles from being able to get through. That was her intention. Yeah, YB Phony says it's truly sad. She had to be brainwashed. In a way, I feel bad for her parents, he says. Why would you travel 2 states away to attempt to confront armed men? Well, she was an adult. She's 37 years old. But yep. Meanwhile, let me get back to Eagle. Yes. Take 2. Thanks for hanging in there, Eagle. Welcome back.
Yeah. Okay, I appreciate that. Hey, And listen, Steve, before I get started on this situation again, I want to remind people, just in case they didn't know, we're only 7 days into the new year of 2026, and you look at what has so transpired in these 7 days. We've had a year worth of action in less than 7 days in America with what happened with Venezuela, what happened with the tanker ships, and what has happened with this deal in Minnesota, and now you're saying they got another shooting in Salt Lake City, Utah. You know, Steve, you know, my mom gave me something before she died a couple years ago, and I keep it in this truck with me everywhere I go, every mile I drive, and that's the Bible. And I read a Bible verse every night before I go to bed. America needs to get God in their life, Steve. America needs God. I'm not going to preach to nobody, but I'm just telling people that this is my duty, and it says in the Bible, you need to touch somebody. Maybe somebody tonight can hear my voice, and they'll make a decision to get God in their life, because America needs God at this point, Steve, because we got too many lost people in this country, and it's a damn shame how many people are lost souls we have walking around America. They better get God in their life, because they're gonna end up in a place they don't want to be if they don't. Now, let me get back to this lady here. Okay, now the situation is, Steve, this woman here, whether she was paid to be an agitator or not, from the evidence you said and other people were saying she had Missouri tags on the car. Whether she was Missouri, I don't know.
Right.
I really don't care.
Yeah.
But she was in the place she shouldn't have been. She had been agitating these officers all morning long. They said she was blocking traffic. She was trying to whistle, as they call them, trying to alert people that ICE was going to be knocking on doors and arresting people. She's basically a troublemaker, and she parked the vehicle in the middle of the road. Now, I'm going to say this, Steve. It doesn't matter if it was me in the middle of that, park my SUV in the middle of that road, or if it was you. And you decided, if an officer, if you listen to the audio, the officer clearly told the woman, get the F out of the car. Or as he walked up there and tried to open the door, which was a bad mistake. That guy, he lucky, like Pappy said, he lucky he didn't get dragged down the road, because he tried to reach in there and turn the ignition off. Now, when the officer told her to get out of the car, Steve, we wouldn't be talking about this tonight. If all she had to do was turn the ignition off, put the car in neutral, and put her hands up and get out of the vehicle, and we wouldn't be talking about this right now. But she chose the other option. Nobody forced that woman to put that car in drive. She reversed the vehicle, and then she put the car in drive and hit the gas pedal. That woman was trying to avoid arrest, and she brought that on herself. The officer, there's not an officer in America that wouldn't have made the same move, Steve. It's either you or them. You're not going to stand there and let somebody run you over. That woman was trying to run them because she tried. Well, let me put it another way. Whether she tried to run him over or not, she was trying to evade arrest. She tried to leave the scene of a crime, which she was involved in, by blocking the roadway from the progress of the ICE people. She brung this on herself by not abiding by the rules and obeying the officer's orders. We talked about this before. You had a situation up there in Cincinnati a couple of years ago where a guy got shot in the same similar situation almost. He got shot in the head as he tried to drive off. So like I told you that night, Steve. So what is the officer supposed to do? Because she decided she doesn't want to cooperate with the officer, she's supposed to just let her put the car in drive and then drive on down the road and go on about her merry way. And he get back in his car, he go his way. That's what's supposed to happen. He's not supposed to arrest this woman for trying to stop progress of the ICE unit. So the whole thing makes no sense. And for these people out there to be protesting tonight, it's an embarrassment. What they're doing, and they're doing because anybody with two eyes can look at the video and clearly see what the woman did was wrong by putting the car in drive, and and this whole thing would have been avoided. But like I say, when you got a city that's run by these two guys, Steve, people like that, you're gonna have this type of problem. These same two guys, because they have nothing, because they don't know how to run a city, and that's why they got so much chaos going on with these Somalians and all this other nonsense they got going on. And it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse for Minnesota because, like I said, luckily tonight they didn't protest. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow night.
Yep.
But I promise you this, and I hope Donald Trump takes action and he doesn't let it turn into another George Floyd thing where people were looting and robbing and busting in the stores, because you don't have the right to loot and steal just because you're unhappy with the what happened with the law enforcement. So hopefully Donald Trump is giving this guy the opportunity to get control of his city. If he chooses not to do that, then Donald Trump has every right to send in his people, the National Guard, or whatever he got to do. But you know what disappoints me the most about this whole thing, Steve, is that these people seem to that guy, both of these guys, Walls and him. I don't know what their obligation is to these foreigners, these Somalians. They seem like they love those guys more than they love their own people in America. It is really sad that these guys were willing to risk their jobs and everything for people that are outsiders to the United and have no loyalty to this country whatsoever. So when they go down, they get everything they deserve. When Walls and that bogus mayor go down, because both of them are an embarrassment to the United States of America. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. As far as Minneapolis tonight, I haven't seen any reports of any violence at this point. I've seen videos, from San Diego to Los Angeles to Chicago, New York City, Seattle, video of all those cities where marches and protests have been taking place throughout the evening. Yeah, it's amazing. Where all these hundreds and thousands of people in a matter of like 2 hours time get all these signs, ICE out of our city and things of that nature, all pre-printed. I guess they're just waiting for the call. All right, it's time to hit the streets. Get your signs. But we do see Minneapolis public schools will be closed today, Thursday, as well as Friday. According to the New York Times, the city is on edge. All Minneapolis public schools shut down for 2 days following the ICE shooting and growing safety concerns. So just a sign that the anticipation is all the agitators, the protesters, will likely be out in mass. At some point in time, things, as we've seen in the past, Eagle just mentioned the George Floyd scenario. Been there, done that. What starts off as the peaceful protest devolves into absolute chaos as the evening progresses. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. See if Senor Heatwave is on board. What's happening?
Oh, good morning, Senor. Third time is a charm. Well, I'm up here in the Four Corners area of New Mexico, and the roads are dry. It's cloudy, but I'll tell you what, coming up through Cuba, New Mexico, there on US 550, they were on both sides of the town salting heavily, so I guess they're expecting a little bit of snow, which I was in a lot of mist, heavy mist, and then the misty like snow, almost like fog.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been a hodgepodge of different weather out here in the 3.5 hours I've been out here on the road this morning. So I just got a call from Central saying, hey, go ahead and go past Salt Lake City, head on up to the Tri-Cities area there in Washington State. Said if it's getting a little rough, just stop off in Boise and drop off the load, give us a call. I said, you got it. I ain't going to argue with them. So I just don't want to play in the snow as much as some other folks like to do. But, all I could say about that, well, I guess I'll just call her a woman. Because if I say lesbian, I might get flagged.
Right.
But, there you go. Oh, well, she was startled. Right. I'm sure they were trained. Like you said, what they need to do is they need to get one of them damn posters and see if they can find whoever it was that made them. But then again, they probably don't do that because they know if they do, then they'd be complicit. And after all, everyone's trying to get that almighty buck, so they may disagree with these people, but they'll do it for the money. One thing I would like to ask Pappy is there a weapon in the arsenal of law enforcement that can be carried that would disable a vehicle by blowing out the engine block, or is it just that there's not a handheld weapon out there that can do that to instantaneous knock out that engine? I'm not saying that they shouldn't have shot the woman. I think they did an absolute correct job of eliminating a potential issue. But I mean, would it be not better to try to knock the engine out, or is there just not enough firepower in a handheld weapon that would actually, disable that engine immediately? Yeah, just asking. So, other than that, man, I know I had something else on my mind, and kind of like Swiss cheese, it kind of went right through it. The football. Diego Pavia, the Albuquerque product, playing for Vanderbilt. I mean, that guy's an embarrassment. What he told everybody after he finished second, it's like, well, everybody, I got 2 words for you, F-Y, or in some instances, F-U. But anyways, why would anybody want to have him on their professional football team, even though I guess he got his 7th year of eligibility? If I understood it right, he did win the case. Then he's going to get another year of eligibility. I mean, the guy is a good player. He just made bad decisions.
Right.
And I think the reason why he's doing this, getting paid to play, because he may not be good enough for the NFL, or he may be good enough, but no one's going to want him on their team with that kind of attitude. Like he doesn't like the thing on the 50-yard line of a college team that did not get him, so he urinates on it. He doesn't like the result of the votes where he finishes second, so he tells everybody, you know what, F off or F you. Why would you want to have that kind of person on your team? It's kind of like Colin Scamperdick, or whatever the hell his last name is. Nobody wanted him. Indianapolis went and got Phillip Rivers out of retirement to play for him for the last 3 games. Why doesn't anyone want whatever his name is? Because he is disruptive.
You don't want to have the toxic in the locker room, right?
Right. I mean, would you want to have somebody on your radio team that's going to be undercutting and undermining everything that you're trying to do that's positive for their own benefit?
Right.
You're not going to have that. You're going to let them go. Hot Shot Secrets is going to let them go. So he got what he deserved. That woman obviously got what she deserved if she was actually trying to run these people over. And I don't know if they can say it was racism involved there. I don't know what persuasion she was. Well, we know what persuasion she was. Maybe the alphabet community may get on there and start screaming, she was shot because she was one of us. No, that's not going to happen.
No, nobody would have known that at that point in time. Yeah, a white lesbian female that's what it comes down to be. I do see some aerial photographs out of Minneapolis from earlier this past evening. Yeah, it almost reminds us of 2020, how things initially got started. Aerial street level footage showing that there were massive crowds that had poured in the streets of downtown Minneapolis this past evening following the ICE shooting. Yeah, streets were packed wall to wall, traffic shut down, tensions very high. At the time, they cited what's clear from the video. The demonstrators are blocking major roadways, fires and disturbances appearing in isolated pockets. Law enforcement stretched thin, trying to hold the lines. The atmosphere volatile and rapidly changing. City leaders, they say, are urging calm. But memories of 2020 are front of mind for residents watching this in real time. When protests spill into traffic blockades and confrontation, things spiral fast and innocent people end up paying the price. We know, peaceful protest, okay. Violence, no. Anyone pushing chaos puts lives at risk, whether it's protesters, residents, or law enforcement alike. Everybody watching Minneapolis. So I think, again, that was going back probably after the sun had set, but I'd say 7, 8 o'clock in the evening. I have no idea how long it took to get the crowds calmed down, but and in some cases make it sound like the protests are continuing. I don't know. At this time of the morning, coming up on 2 a.m. in the Central Time Zone. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Looking at some of the highlights, hour by hour, some of the updates in the last several hours. The 37-year-old woman, Renee Good, had once been a student at Old Dominion University in Norfolk. According to the college, in an emailed statement Wednesday night, graduated from the College of Arts and Letters with a degree in English. Graduated December of 2020. According to the statement from the school president, Vice President J.D. Vance weighed in, saying the fatal shooting was a tragedy, but said the woman was responsible for what happened. You can accept that this woman's death is a tragedy while acknowledging it's a tragedy of her own making, he says. Don't illegally interfere with federal law enforcement operations and try to run over our officers. It's really that simple, he said. So the vice president's remarks kind of align with those made by the president. and Homeland Security Secretary Kirsty Noem earlier, saying the officer was acting in self-defense. All right, going through the footage and whatnot. Democrat Senator Tina Smith posting on X, she's heartbroken and angry over the shooting by an ICE officer of a woman that she described as a U.S. citizen, a mother, a Twin Cities resident, criticizing the president, Homeland Security Secretary Kirsty Noem, for recklessly depicting the victim ahead of any investigations. Okay. As I mentioned a few moments ago, Minneapolis Public Schools cancels all classes Thursday, Friday. The district told teachers they'd be allowed to work remotely today unless supervisors require them to work in person. Tom Homan, the border czar, initially struck a more cautious tone than the president and other officials who were quick to defend the ICE officer. He says, I was not on the scene. I would be unprofessional to comment at this point in time. Writing later on, Homan said that the interview was taped before he had a chance to view the footage, adding that ICE officers do have a right to self-defense. But, the comments continue to pour in. Coming up, we'll see what we have. Carl's on board. We'll get to Vic. And on down the line, rolling into a brand new day. All right, crazy times we live in. No doubt about it. Hello to Gary checking in this morning. Good to have you with us. So we'll get a news break as we roll up on the midnight hour, as a matter of fact, on the West Coast. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says video of an ICE agent fatally shooting a woman in Minneapolis turned your stomach.
Well, I've never been for ICE going into our cities, period. Doesn't belong there.
He's calling for a quick and full investigation. Political reaction to the shooting remains sharply divided along party lines. Kentucky Senator Rand Paul says he opposes any U.S. military action to seize Greenland, pledging to do everything to stop a military takeover, as the White House considers a range of options, including force, for acquiring the Danish territory. Paul stressed Congress must retain war-making authority. President Trump says Venezuela is turning over 30 to 50 million barrels of oil to the United States.
Trump took to Truth Social to say the oil will be sold at market value, with the money controlled by the U.S. He added he asked Energy Secretary Chris Wright to get things going immediately. Trump has said he's effectively running Venezuela and focused on boosting oil production in the South American country. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A deadly fungus is spreading across the nation.
The CDC says Candida auris infected people in 27 states in 2025. It's a type of yeast infection, most often acquired in healthcare settings. It's highly contagious. It can cause severe infection, which is tough to treat because most antibiotics are ineffective against Candida auris. This superbug has turned up on bed rails, hospital equipment, windows, sinks, and floors. The CDC says if infected, the mortality rate ranges from 30 to 60%. I'm Jim Root.
Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow dropped 466 points, the S&P 500 fell 23 points, and the Nasdaq gained 37 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Hilton has dissolved its relationship with a Minnesota hotel that's been accused of denying federal immigration agents from booking accommodations.
According to the Department of Homeland Security, Hilton hotels maliciously canceled their reservations when officers attempted to book rooms using their government emails. Hilton issued a statement on X explaining that the independent hotel owner assured the company the problem was fixed, but cited new video that clearly raises concerns over the location's ability to meet its operating standards. The hotel chain said it would reach out to other owners to reinforce the standards to help ensure something like this doesn't happen again. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul is laying out initiatives to crack down on ghost guns ahead of her State of the State address next Tuesday.
Hochul says the bill would create criminal penalties for those who make and sell untraceable guns, which can typically be made or altered using a 3D printer. The measure would also require manufacturers to design guns so that they can't be easily modified into machine guns.
We will not allow do-it-yourself gun traffickers to convert their homes into unsanctioned firearm factories.
Governor Hochul is touting her commitment to getting guns off the streets, saying shootings dropped 60% last year from when she first got into office in 2021. I'm Natalie Migliori.
A 29-year-old man in Berlin has been charged after allegedly attempting to stab a 60-year-old man wearing a Star of David necklace. The suspect reportedly shouted anti-Semitic statements before police intervened. Authorities are treating the attack as motivated by anti-Semitism. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Welcome to a Thursday, folks, on the West Coast as you cross over the midnight hour there. And as we continue to follow the chaos, Minneapolis, what the next several days hold, a big question mark. Meanwhile, some industry headlines, starting with Colorado. Civil penalties will soon be issued for speeding along a stretch of highway between Boulder and Longmont, Colorado. $165 million being spent on approximately 10 miles of State Highway 119 in Boulder County, where a 25% increase in vehicular traffic's expected over the next 15 years. Colorado DOT said that the CO 119 Safety, Mobility, and Bikeway Project will make improvements to the corridor, resulting in safer, faster, more reliable travel for all modes of transportation. Since July of last year, there's been a warning period for speed limit violators that's been in effect to give motorists time to adjust. Colorado DOT said they had issued some 34,000 plus warning notice for the first-time speed violators. These notices do not include a monetary penalty, but served as notice of the new enforcement zone starting next Monday, January 12. It'll be a $75 civil penalty issued to drivers speeding by 10 miles per hour or more in the work zone there. Ahead of the new penalties, state transportation officials noted that average speeds in the area have dropped by more than 80%. Speeds starkly decreasing, which means the speed enforcement program is already doing its job to increase safety. Civil penalties are meant to curb the behavior of speeding drivers. Moderating speed, we can save lives. Looks like State Highway 119 was selected as the first corridor to launch the state's speed enforcement program based on a variety of factors when it comes to safety. But this project is going to be ongoing, not concluding till sometime in 2027, according to the Colorado DOT. A congressman who helped form the first trucking caucus, who's been a longtime member of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, passing away day before yesterday at the age of 65. We mentioned last evening, Representative Doug LaMalfa of California, passed away in the early morning hours of Tuesday. LaMalfa, a fourth-generation farmer, began his tenure in the U.S. House of Representatives in 2013, joined the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee in 2017. Representative Sam Graves of Missouri, who served as the chair of the committee, offering condolences to the LaMalfa family. Deeply saddened to learn of the passing of my colleague. Doug was a valued, thoughtful member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee for nearly a decade, and a fellow farmer who always strongly championed conservative values and the rights of rural Americans. He will be missed in the House. Thoughts and prayers with his fellow Californians, friends, and family, especially his wife, Jill, and their children. But during his time on that committee, he made repeated attempts to eliminate the federal excise tax on heavy-duty trucks and trailers. He was a friend of trucking. He advocated for hours of service flexibility, truck parking funding, a bill that would prevent the FMCSA from mandating speed limiters. He also fought against attempts to increase truckers' minimum liability insurance. Just this past December, LaMalfa joined Representatives David Taylor and Shamari Figures, Harriet Hagman, Pat Harrigan, and Mary Miller to form Congress's first ever trucking caucus that we mentioned a couple of weeks ago. LaMalfa had just recently said, I'm pleased to join the Congressional Trucking Caucus and focus on the difficult real-world issues truckers deal with. Trucking isn't optional, in the rural areas especially. It's how the goods get to the shelves, how the raw materials get to the farms, how the farmers get the product to market. If you got it, a truck brought it. So he said he was looking forward to working to make sure truckers can keep on moving. Obviously, OOIDA mourning the loss of the trucking advocate. Director of Governmental Affairs, Colin Long, says Representative LaMalfa understood truckers. He valued their work. He used his seat in Congress to help make the lives of truckers safer and their careers more successful. His loss particularly painful because he truly was a friend of OOIDA and our members. That's not hyperbole. He was a sincere, dependable friend to truckers. We're really going to miss him. All right. Age of 65. Just life can be gone in a moment. All right, Carl, thanks for hanging in there. Good to have you with us. What's on your mind?
All right. Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Yes, if you got it, a truck bought it. You know, that's the way it is.
Yes.
But yeah, but getting into the college football, I'd like to talk about a couple subjects here tonight. College football and college basketball. It's no longer really college football and basketball. I'm just becoming more and more of the realization. It's like kind of like an epiphany moment. You know, you want to think about college sports as being what it used to be. You know, but now the money has been introduced into it so heavily.
Yep.
That when you have multi-million dollars, okay, going to one player, and then the other players are kind of like the offensive linemen, they're not getting the same amount. All right, so you've got into a problem there. All right, because there's not going to be as much cohesion, team cohesion there, unless there are favors being passed out. You know, so there's corruption going on these teams, and you can think about it, you know, in various ways. And I don't like to. I like to always say, you know, this year in particular, Indiana has a great football team. All right, but how much corruption is on the team? I'd like to know. I mean, if you could get into it, you know, you just wonder. And Miami, the University of Miami, you wonder about the corruption. And these are all good football teams. We can see that they play good football on the field. But they have these sports agents who sign them into contracts, okay, sports agents. Mm-hmm. And they're representing NFL and NBA players and Major League Baseball players at the same time that they're representing college athletes. You know, that you can investigate it and you can find out that these sports agents are signing these players to contracts with the university. And so these players don't really have to go into a meeting with the college. The sports agent goes into the meeting with the college, all right? because they're representing these players. All right, so it's not what some people are advertising it to be. Okay, these players have representation. All right, and they are being represented by lawyers. They employ lawyers. They employ accountants because they are making multi-million dollars on these contracts, and they need accountants. They need lawyers. They need these things to help them do what's necessary. Because if they didn't have the paperwork drawn up the way it's supposed to be, then they would be taken advantage of. So there would be so much that they would be missing out on if they didn't have the proper representation. And these major league sports agents, they can be fired if they're not doing their job too, because they're making millions of dollars off of these players too. It's all a big money racket. It's gotten so bad that even the college athletes, nobody's even talking about GPA anymore. The grade point average. Nobody's even mentioning what grade point average they have to maintain to stay in school and this and that and the other.
Right.
Who cares? They transfer. They've got the ability to transfer. It's like meat wagon. They're being traded off into different places. The one quarterback will come from one university to another, and then the other quarterback from that same university will go to the other university where the other quarterback came from. So I mean, it's just amazing what's going on, in college sports nowadays, and it's gotten to the point to where I've become kind of sort of indifferent about the whole thing. I watch it, and I'm going to watch this here, and I hope Indiana wins it all. But I just wonder, about their corruption. What may be underneath? What may be lying underneath all of that? So
right.
All that can come out later. But and getting to the Venezuela situation, the last time I called in, I had said that President Trump was going to make a move on Venezuela probably by the first of the year, or shortly thereafter.
Yeah, you nailed that one.
Actually, yeah, exactly. I could see it coming. I knew that he was ready to do that, and things were lining up on that issue.
Yep.
And the same is going with Greenland on this issue here. I believe he's going to do a deal where we're going to acquire Greenland one way or another by the end of this month. Okay, so I think things are lining up on that, and it could be happening sooner than the end of the month on that one. So, and we need Greenland, to be honest. We need Greenland because it's a setup for our outer space, our satellite issues that we have going on, okay, with military lining up perfectly with the satellites, okay, and the things that we've got going on there with that. And as well as Russia patrols that area like all the time, and we don't need that. We don't need that. They are doing fake ships up there to throw us off, like the fake oil tanker up there that were tracking for weeks up there, and then we finally took board on that one just the other day.
Yep.
So, they're doing some things up there that's really bad, and China is doing it too. And so we need that area up there to help us on that. And plus it has a lot of minerals, and everything that's necessary up there. Oh gosh, the minerals of Greenland. If you research that, they have got all kinds of minerals. But we wouldn't have to even look for a way to do the chips. They have those very same minerals that you need to make chips out of, and it's like, amazing how much they've got.
And all that
the
stuff
minerals
we're going to need so much of that here as we move forward. Yes, for the chip manufacturers. Matter of fact, we'll have more on the Greenland. President has been throwing out, using military, like we're going to take over Greenland militarily. And that had thrown, I was talking to Big Ed this past morning, so, why in the hell is the president threatening militarily? I said, well, they're kind of changing the tune now. They're discussions of trying to buy Greenland. Okay. Yeah, that's the direction Secretary Marco Rubio this past day, kind of, again, walking the president's rhetoric back a bit, saying, we will be looking to maybe purchase. What would the purchase price be? I kind of wonder. So we'll give you more on that here momentarily. First, I was looking some of the video footage from WWJ News Radio 950. Remember the good old days when they had gas wars back in the 70s? I'm old enough to remember. The lines where you'd have convenience stores on competing corners of an intersection, and one lowers the price, and the one across the street drops it a couple of pennies. Back and forth they go. Now, I'm going all the way back when, during the gas war, some of the prices were down to 39 cents a gallon. Oh, boy. In this day and age, it looks like yesterday, I guess they actually had a good old-fashioned gas war going on in Warren County, Ohio, where you have a Sheetz location with a Speedway on the opposing corner, trying to lure in the customers with prices well under $2 a gallon. Looking here, some of the footage had one at down to $1.79 per gallon for the unleaded. Diesel there was all the way down to $2.69, but. And vehicles actually lining up at the pumps. Some of the pumps running out of fuel. Good old $1.79. How about that? We'll return into.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Pappy sent me a screenshot. I actually saw a similar post here just a few minutes ago. In regards to the woman shot in Minneapolis. Supposedly, Good and her family left the walled area home in December of 2024. I think that was with her parents. Another neighbor said her partner indicated they were moving to Canada because of politics here in the U.S. Well, that would definitely fit the narrative of her, wanting to, obviously supporting the leftist policies, supporting the likes of the illegals, the Somali community. Obviously, there's a lot going to be forthcoming, but problem is we get the details. Greenland, Secretary of State Rubio told lawmakers that President Trump wants to acquire Greenland through a purchase rather than military action, as they revisit a long-standing proposal that's pushed strong pushback from European allies and a renewed debate about U.S. strategy in the Arctic. Rubio delivering the remarks during a closed-door briefing earlier this week with members of the Armed Services and the Foreign Policy Committee in both chambers of Congress. The briefing focused mainly on Venezuela, but lawmakers did raise questions about the intentions toward Greenland after some of the comments the president had made. The same day as the congressional briefing, the president asked aides to provide an updated plan for acquiring Greenland, expressing an interest. He's expressed that since his first term, has framed the issue as a national security priority tied to growing competition in the Arctic. Of course, Greenland is sparsely populated, resource-rich territory governed by Denmark, which is a NATO member, but it operates with broad autonomy over domestic affairs. Rubio didn't outline what a purchase would entail or whether formal talks with Denmark have occurred. But we did see on Tuesday, Denmark's prime minister had joined leaders from Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Poland in a joint statement rejecting President Trump's assertions that the United States should take control of Greenland, emphasizing collective security through NATO and respect for national sovereignty. Greenland belongs to its people, according to the statement. It is for Denmark and Greenland and them only to decide on matters concerning Denmark and Greenland.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Several Minnesota officials are testifying before Congress on state government fraud involving daycares and other services. Republican Representative Kristen Robbins says the probe is not about Islamophobia.
It is true that the majority of the fraud in Minnesota has taken place in the Somali community. And it is also true that some of our best whistleblowers are from the Somali community.
Chairman Representative James Comer has invited Governor Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison to a future hearing. The U.S. has seized the Russian-flagged oil tanker Marinera after a 2-week Atlantic pursuit, accusing it of violating U.S. sanctions tied to Venezuelan oil exports. British military support aided in the operation, while Russia sharply condemned the boarding as illegal under maritime law. U.S. forces also intercepted a second sanctioned tanker in the Caribbean waters. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are now part of healthcare sharing because it just makes so much sense, especially right now. And MediShare is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before January 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, They'll waive your application fee, so you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is January 15th, so call now. You'll save even more. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
In other industry headlines, I can't help but wonder, if you can't read the road signs, you don't realize what the signs are advising you not to do, right? Would not surprise me a bit if the driver of this particular truck couldn't read the damn signs. California Highway Patrol reminding the public, road signs have an important purpose. After a semi-truck got stuck on a nearly impassable road in Placer County. January 4th, a gravel road known as Yankee Jim's, which they say is a nearly impassable roadway between Forest Hill Road and Interstate 80 in Placer County, California. In a Facebook post, the Highway Patrol says a semi sharing the photograph with his trailer snagged on a pile of gravel. A driver appears to have been attempting a hairpin turn on the gravel road when he got stuck. The Highway Patrol said this route is almost impassable in a pickup truck, let alone a big rig. Most routes with length and weight restrictions have signs posted warning against driving on them with larger vehicles. Please pay attention to them. The signs are there to protect you and the public, we promise. If you drive a commercial vehicle, or any vehicle for that matter, please confirm your route that your GPS or phone map provides you, especially if you're in a larger vehicle or towing a trailer. Nobody injured, but the tow bill was not as kind. Now, they also made sure to mention that the company name on the trailer, which in this case was Dollar General, has nothing to do with the driver of the truck or the carrier contracted to pull it, but I don't know, it cost somebody hauling for Dollar General a pretty penny to get that truck out of there. All right, Vic, what's happening?
Oh, a whole lot of everything. But when you mentioned Dollar General there, Dollar General, they quit having their own trucks years ago. And they had a terminal down there in Tennessee. And we've delivered some of their stuff, and we had to go into there with a 53-foot conventional to their yard that was set up for a 48-foot cab over. And if you think dropping trailers in there was an exercise in aggravation, you'd be right. I mean, it was, you had to really watch everything that was going. And I don't know who's actually delivering their product now. Warner was at one time, so who knows? But because Warner used to be pretty good on their people, but the drivers that they hired and everything. So I don't know who would be delivering their stuff, but it seems like everybody hiring other companies to pull their trailers now. And I think they had one with I was trying to think who it was pulling that trailer. It was a small company, and they were pulling for a dairy up here, pretty well known dairy, Prairie Farms. And I think they ran over a deputy or something here about a month or so ago. I really didn't keep up that much on it. But anyway, back to what you were talking about there with these people in these different states not supporting ICE and allowing people to challenge the ICE officers and everything else. I don't know why they were causing so much anger over it, for sure. But I do know that when Tim Walz comes out and says there's no fraud in the community, Somali community, and you're being racist, and, I didn't do anything wrong, I don't think you have a governor that's given the right support to ICE to get in there and get rid of these people for whatever reason, because in most states and jurisdictions, if you attempt to run over somebody with a vehicle, I thought that was considered attempted vehicular homicide, and it's illegal. So I don't know why this person, her name was Good, and she went to Old Dominion. The Good family is the family out of Virginia that is named Good, and I think there's even a representative in Congress that is Good. They're strong supporters of the law, I guess is the easiest way to put it. But I don't know if she was part of that family or not. Maybe she was. But the point of it is, whenever these people go in there to get rid of the illegals, it's not just the fact that they got to the country illegal. 90% of the time they're creating other illegal acts of one sort or another. It might be identity theft. It might be just outright fraud in the various government programs. So I'm trying to figure out why these people are protesting ICE getting rid of people that are contributing to the tax burden. There has to be something deeper to that. And I would have to say that if you travel, 2 or 3 states or moved or did any of this stuff or was part of a group thing, you would have to be part of incitement to riot. And Trump, he's sending out all kinds of different messages, like you were talking about trying to take over Greenland. When we've had a good relationship with Greenland forever, because I've had family members that had to serve there at Thule Air Force Base way back in the Korean War, and it's not a hospitable place. Their dinnerware had to be made out of some sort of a clay thing, because if they tried to use glass, it would shatter. Metal would get too cold, so somehow they come up with because they brought some of the cups home, and it just looked like an adobe or pottery or something. So the deal with him wanting to take over Greenland, I understand why he thinks it's a security issue, because the Arctic is melting. Some of those the seas up there, the Arctic Sea, Beaufort Sea, and all that, where they used to have icebreakers to go across there, it is melting and opening up things up. And we are going to get into a conflict sooner or later with Russia over the mineral rights.
And one thing the president brought up was he said that in and around Greenland, that both China and Russia have, military. They're all over the place, with their military up there.
Right. Yeah, but I mean the melting up there, the whole geographic situation is changing there. But what I was trying to point out is that the Danish people, or the Greenland people, that's a Danish territory, they're a part of NATO, and the people have always been friendly towards the United States. But if it's a forceful thing, sometimes you try to force people into doing something whenever you could have did it more congenial with him. They will be against him, where if you've done it congenially, they've been with you. But one of the marks on Trump is that people that knew him said if he could do it congenially, or he could do it and create a lot of fear and everything, he would always select the more disruptive path. So hopefully they'll get it all worked out, because see, that's our base for our Space Force now, that old Thule Air Force Base. But back to what I was really mentioning was this different states and everything that aren't cooperating as far as getting rid of the illegals and everything. With most of them are like Walt. I believe they're collecting a lot of money that they're really not entitled to, maybe privately or publicly, as far as the use of the funds. And today, yesterday I should say, they had the hearings on Congress about that. And so I just have to wonder if maybe whenever that ICE officer shot that woman that's about ready to run over him, if maybe Walsh and some others around that had been committing a lot of that fraud, well, maybe this might kind of take the eye off the ball there. Even at that hearing, there were some people in there at that hearing today. I watched a little bit of it, and they wanted to talk about the fraud that Trump was doing, because somebody had contributed to his inauguration committee, and that person had been under some sort of an indictment. They're rattling on and on and on about that. And I said, well, and I'm thinking to myself, well, if we want to talk about fraud in general rather than just specific, does anybody remember the Clinton Foundation and Pay to Play? I mean, so the simple fact of the matter is they're trying their best to get their attention off of this fraud that is going on, and that is hurting. That doesn't make us look good in the eyes of the Venezuelan people that are hoping to get out from under what Chavez and Maduro put them under. It's just the whole thing is it's all about get Trump. And everything that I look at, that's just what I think about is, they're taking and trying to get serious interest to get this country on, going and everything. The economy is beginning to take off, and there were a lot of things in the work before Trump took off on these tariffs. Like I said, I really don't know why he did that, because I looked up, there were a lot of things the World Trade Organization was already looking at, and there were cases involved there that specifically because I even noticed a thing that China was doing something with biodiesel, and there was a case there where they weren't supposed to come into the United States, but then whenever Biden took over, he was giving credit to the used cooking oil for biodiesel to China, and it's like, wait a minute, those subsidies, and that's what Senator Grassley out of Iowa started to say, that's for American people. That's not for people all over the world. So there's a lot of things that hopefully they'll get out, bring all the programs that intended for American people. They will quit giving them to foreign countries, and there are several of them. I won't bore those, but Senator Grassley, he's leading that charge to make sure that we don't give government subsidies to foreign countries for our own food and agricultural production. But
eliminate the fraud. Eliminate that. That's what it's all about. The corruption. All right, I do see a bit of an update. We were kind of speculating earlier as to whether this woman may have been like a paid agitator. Yeah, but the license plates out of Missouri, apparently having, I guess, lived in Virginia, attended Old Dominion University in Norfolk, had been living with, was it her parents, maybe, I believe in Kansas City. So Kansas City, Missouri, I presume. That would explain the Missouri plates. Supposedly had moved from there just about a year ago, December of 2024. This particular update says, let me see, injured in her vehicle when she was initially shot, taken to the hospital but did not survive. Now, according to officials, she was an observer who was looking out for her neighbors, who were immigrants, presumably illegal. In an interview with the Minnesota Star-Tribune, her mother, Donna Gange, said Renee was one of the kindest people I've ever known, extremely compassionate. She's taken care of people all her life, loving, forgiving, affectionate. In 2020, she studied creative writing, as we said, at Old Dominion University in Norfolk. Family said she loved writing, reading, talking about writing. Members of the Minneapolis community also mourning her loss, while many in the country are divided over who is at fault. It's important to remember when we lose compassion for others, we lose what it means to be human. All right, so that's, I guess, a word from the Good family, her family, and her mother. So it's 844-844-3388.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, back at it here on a Thursday, and hey, it's been a while. Been quite a while, as a matter of fact. Happy New Year, pup.
Hey, Happy New Year, Steve. How you getting along?
Doing all right. Did you have a good Christmas, New Year, all that good? I don't think we've talked in over a month.
Yeah, we had a good Christmas. Spent time with the grandkids, and we didn't do anything for New Year's. We just kind of laid around the house and watched the ball drop.
Mm-hmm.
But, hey, you know what? What Pappy was saying earlier is correct. That ICE officer, remember in Chicago when they were ramming the cars up there in Chicago and an officer got drugged? That was the same guy.
Okay.
That lady about hit. But have you ever heard of a guy by the name of Matt Morris?
Doesn't ring a bell.
You might check him out sometime. But this is going to lead up to something. You know how when you make campaign donations, unless you're a super PAC or something, you got to keep them small donations and stuff? Okay. And you remember how Kamala had almost $2 billion that she squandered away? Have you ever wondered why she would have picked an idiot like Tim Waltz to be her VP?
Good question. I mean, out of nowhere.
Yep. You want to know a little secret on that? Over half of that money came from donations out of Minnesota.
Why does that not surprise me, pup?
Well, you know where some of that money went, them Somalians took. That I found that real interesting. And then with what Pappy said the other night, and everybody knows that there in Venezuela, those voting machines have been corrupted. And I about bet you anything, all of this is going to lead up to one big scandal that's going to have high officials in it. So, but I just figured I'd call in and say hi and let you know about that. That guy is pretty interesting, that Matt Morris. But other than that, we're just been out here driving. So we're back here listening and Keep up the good work.
All right. Thanks for checking in. Don't be a stranger, pup. All right. A couple minutes before news. Yeah, money coming out of Minneapolis. The report this past day. Yeah, very interesting. The Transportation Security Administration said they had flagged over $700 million in cash found in passengers' luggage departing the Minneapolis airport over the past 2 years. I don't. How many of us fly around with briefcases full of cash? $700 million worth? Homeland Security officials said the outflow is linked to the Somali immigrants and the money couriers. As the fraud investigation continues, it is not clear whether the outflow is part of that probe, but after years of investigation that began with $300 million, a scheme at the nonprofit Feed Our Future, for which 57 defendants in Minnesota have already been convicted. Prosecutors said the organization was at the center of the country's largest COVID-related fraud scam when defendants exploited the state-run, federally funded program intended to provide food for children. But they say TSA agents routinely flagged the outflow of cash during Joe Biden's tenure. No investigation was ever launched. Yeah, this whole practice started all the way back in 2016. One official said, well, nothing could be done because these couriers carrying all this money seemed to have their paperwork in order. Now, if you or me try to go through an airport and had $10,000 in cash without declaring it, we would be arrested. It's a serious violation because it's linked to criminal activity. It's clear the Biden administration knew this was going on, but looked the other way. It was part of their efforts to change the demographics of this country by encouraging illegal immigration. So we now have yet another call for additional. Representative Eli Crane has called for a probe of the TSA outflow. We should absolutely. Why was? I mean, you can see somebody with $10,000 here or there, but $700 million worth just over 2 years' time. There was money pouring in and out of Minneapolis, big time. Hey, final hour just ahead. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security says a woman is dead after being shot by ICE agents in Minneapolis. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem addressed the incident while she was speaking in Texas.
The act like we saw today of using a vehicle to try to kill an officer and his colleagues and the other people around him is something that every politician, every elected official, everyone in this country should be able to rally around and say that it is wrong.
Officials say she allegedly rammed her car into agents during protests, although the city's mayor disputes that. Residents have clashed with officers. DHS recently sent over 2,000 agents to the area in its largest operation ever. President Trump briefly mused about canceling the 2026 midterm elections while speaking to House Republicans, but quickly backtracked, saying he wasn't calling for that. Critics note his past comments and actions raised concerns about respect for the democratic process. European leaders backed Greenland's sovereignty in a new joint statement. This included French President Emmanuel Macron, Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, and UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, plus 4 other leaders.
They said Greenland belongs to its people. It comes as President Trump renews threats to take over the self-governing territory after the U.S. captured Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. However, the European leaders said it is for Denmark and Greenland, and them only, to decide on matters concerning Denmark and Greenland. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
McDonald's has been accused of false advertising.
The Chicago-based fast food chain is being sued for offering the McRib sandwich, even though the meal doesn't have any pork rib meat. The suit also says the McRib is one of the most expensive options on the restaurant's menu, despite the meat being used as lower quality cuts. McDonald's officials released a statement saying the claims are inaccurate, and they say the sandwich is made with 100% pork. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
A Tennessee college professor is being reinstated after he was fired for a social media post he made following the death of Charlie Kirk.
Kirk was shot to death last September while speaking at a rally in Utah. Following his death, Associate Professor Darren Michael of Austin Peay State University posted the news headline, quote, Charlie Kirk says gun deaths are unfortunately worth it to keep Second Amendment. Michael was fired after the post for making insensitive comments. A new report says Michael has since been reinstated, that the school will pay him $500,000 for not following the tenure termination process. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Eileen Peterson, the former executive director of Ronald McDonald House Charities of Marshfield, Illinois, has pled not guilty to 11 charges. That includes theft and money laundering. She's been accused of embezzling around $120,000 into her personal PayPal account. Flu cases are hitting record numbers across America, with New York reporting record flu-related hospitalizations.
The CDC says the country is seeing its highest levels of flu activity in 25 years, as most states experience surging cases of a super flu strain. Cases for the last week of December were up 33% nationwide. New York reported more than 4,500 flu hospitalizations the week of December 26th through January 2nd. Meanwhile, in New Jersey, there were more than 12,000 cases in December, leading up to the 27th. About double the number from the same time a year ago. More than 600 people in the Garden State had to be hospitalized last month. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, as we get our final hour underway here, I have a scam alert to advise you. Coming from the Metro Nashville Police Department, sharing, and if it's happening in Nashville, it's probably happening elsewhere, right? Yeah, these things tend to spread all around the country. Beware, Nashville. There is a new scam impacting Davidson County, they say. Groups of young people approaching customers in high-volume shopping complexes, asking for donations to a various school or sports team fundraiser. They won't take cash. They said you can only take a donation made through a mobile banking app or a credit or debit card. Please walk away, as victims have reported their accounts actually being charged for thousands of dollars before the scammers run off. So you think you're giving them $10 for the local school, high school football team fundraiser, and they ding you for $500 or $1,000, and probably wouldn't be surprised if they've got the skimmers on there to see if they can drain as much as they possibly can. All right. Scam alert. Meanwhile, Venezuela. Representative Ryan Zinke, speaking this past day, says it's not about oil, people. It is about limiting the influence of American adversaries in the hemisphere here. It's about making sure China, the likes of Russia, the likes of Iran, don't have a foothold of influence in South America. Representative Zinke is a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Venezuela, he says, has become a staging ground for hostile activity and criminal networks that directly affect U.S. security. He said, you look at where their influence was. Venezuela has the largest concentration of Hezbollah and Hamas outside of the Middle East. And they're actively conducting operations against the United States. They were involved in the drug operation. He said, we have a responsibility to respond, framing the approach as both a national security obligation and a regional one. So, yeah, we have an obligation to defend our country. We have an obligation under the Monroe Doctrine to work with our allies. While emphasizing the security rationale, he also said the strategy includes controlling Venezuelan oil assets and placing them into an account intended to support the country's recovery. The purpose is to make sure these oil assets go into an account and then are distributed to help Venezuela rebuild. Now, again, we don't come as a conqueror, we come as a liberator. He believes Venezuelans have been suffering, arguing the proceeds should be directed toward rebuilding the nation and supporting democratic governance. But Maduro robbed the Venezuelan people. We want to make sure those resources go into an account, distributed, and make sure we support democracy and Venezuela rebuilding. Yeah, the plan he described as a coordinated effort to deny access to those assets while directing them toward the Venezuelan public. That's the overall strategy, to make sure we blockade, make sure we control the oil assets, and they go to serve the people of Venezuela. Now, he also said regional support exists for this action. We're not the only ones that support this. You look at countries in South America, they've confirmed that they supported this operation because they understood exactly what Maduro is and was. Now, ask whether Greenland came up in the day's briefing. He said it did not, but he contrasted the situations while calling Greenland strategically important to the U.S. and NATO. My cut on Greenland, look, the conditions that set Venezuela apart are different than Greenland. While Greenland does not represent a threat to the United States, it is strategically significant to the United States and NATO. And he questions Denmark's ability to actually defend it. Now, he said President Trump maintains some flexibility in assessing options. The president will never take military force off the table. That's the president. He looks all things considered, but he's not going to take one option off the table, per se. A couple of updates as we roll up on 11 past the hour. Hello to the right-wing nut. Well, Happy New Year, wing nut.
Yes, right wing nut, yeah. Yes, Happy New Year to you, yeah. Hey, I got a question there about that tampon governor.
Tim
Walz, yeah. Wouldn't it just take someone just have to go in there and pull a few strings to get him out of his office? I'm asking for Charlie, my friend.
Oh, Charlie. Charlie wants to know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Is that all it takes to get him out of office? Just pull a few strings?
Pull a few strings? That's. I believe that would probably work.
Yeah. Well, why don't we just go ahead and do that? I don't know who's going to volunteer to pull them strings, but I know it sure as hell ain't going to be me. No, I ain't going to do that. Cuba, well, they're talking about, you come over here and you're going to pay the consequences. Excuse me, they ain't had a good cigar in a long time, and I don't know. You ever see those reels where there's a big dog sleeping and a little dog just a-yapping? And all of a sudden that big dog just gets up and goes, woof, and that little dog just passes out. Whether it's AI or not, I think that's pretty much what it is with all these other little dictators out there that think they gonna, raise a big stink and they're gonna find out that they're gonna be flat on their back or dead on their side,
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, yeah, if you can find an answer for that Tim Walz string question, I'd greatly appreciate it. And we'll holler at y'all later. Have a good night.
See, I'll do my best. I'll see what I can find out for you there. So apparently there was actually, I guess, a vigil, as they call it, for Renee Good in Minneapolis this past evening. And some of the videos showing that they're estimating that there may have been 10,000 people that had gathered out there in the streets of Minneapolis. Big crowds. All right. Meanwhile, under industry headlines, we've had a lot of talk this week about artificial intelligence, which, of course, includes autonomous vehicles, right? It's AI that are operating these autonomous vehicles. In the trucking sector, according to FreightWaves this past day, autonomous trucking technology is advancing rapidly. As with any emerging technology, questions arise when it fails or underperforms. We were just talking last evening about who is responsible when AI goes wrong, when it screws up, malfunctions, possibly kills somebody. Who gets the charge? That is a key challenge for the autonomous vehicle community. That technological development is outpacing legal frameworks, creating complications for sure. One major issue is product liability lawsuits in which plaintiffs sue manufacturers or sellers alleging a product caused harm, like an injury or a financial loss. Defects can stem from manufacturing, design, or marketing flaws. Ignoring those legal risks could lead to fines, settlements, or claims costing millions to hundreds of millions of dollars. Costs can escalate quickly. Recently, autonomy-related lawsuits have focused on robo-taxis and passenger vehicles. Last August, Tesla was found partially liable for a 2019 crash that killed one pedestrian and injured another while one of their vehicles was on autopilot mode. A federal jury awarded the plaintiffs $43 million for pain and suffering, plus $200 million in punitive damages. Now, in that case, neither the Tesla driver nor the autopilot software hit the brakes at an intersection with a stop sign and flashing red light. Plaintiffs' attorneys sued both the driver and Tesla, the maker of the vehicle and its technology. Stakes, they say, could be even higher for autonomous truck manufacturers. Right now, the OEMs producing the hardware, the software companies develop the virtual driver, and fleets operate the vehicles. This division fuels tension between OEMs and the autonomous technology providers when accidents occur on autonomous truck. Who is responsible? This is not hypothetical. Commercial trucking fleets view accidents as inevitable, often citing crashes per million miles and safety statistics. The key question is what happens, not if they occur, when. The legal system has yet to fully resolve liability. Until the courts settle these issues, there is significant risks. Precedents require lawsuits either litigated to verdict or settled privately, oftentimes under non-disclosure agreements. To explore the legal risk, FreightWaves spoke with Trey Gober, an Austin-based personal injury attorney who handles cases involving emerging autonomous and driverless vehicle accidents. He observes that vehicle autonomy is not entirely new. Cruise control, introduced in the late 50s and early 60s, was an early example, allowing drivers to offload speed regulation to automation. Early semi-autonomous vehicles faced challenges when drivers overestimated capabilities. I remember as a kid, jokes on television and movies about people that bought an RV that had full cruise control, and the driver comes back and is just mingling with the family because of misunderstandings of what that technology was capable of. In others, they thought that meant the vehicle could drive itself. While modern autonomous vehicles far surpass cruise control, there are similar misunderstandings as manufacturers claim that their virtual drivers perform at or above human levels. He said he's concerned this technology is advancing too quickly. Unfortunately, we're seeing a rush to the market. We're seeing a rush to market by many of these autonomous vehicle companies. They want to get an early market share, and as a consequence, we're seeing more of these incidents with AVs, vehicles being put on the road with more autonomy than they can and should safely operate at. Trucks obviously cause more severe accidents due to physics. He describes plaintiffs' lawyers using a kitchen sink approach, using multiple parties up the supply chain to ultimately recover damages. It's still new enough that certainly there's going to be product liability claims. If an autonomous vehicle big rig crashes into somebody and causes injury, Potential defendants in that case would be the software manufacturer, so whoever developed it, the AV technology, which a lot of times is also the vehicle manufacturer. These two things are being partnered up right now. He also said fleets operating autonomous trucks could face liability for any negligence attributed to the autonomous vehicle. They're supposed to be safer, right, than humans, but undoubtedly there's going to be lawsuits, cases, and settlements to the tune of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars in the offing.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, back at it here. Let me see. Are you with us there, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. I dozed off for a little bit, but I'm back. Yeah, I wanted to talk about some other things, Steve, about this immigration deal. With some other people I was talking to was thinking, since so many people, all the cities, and most of these cities are Democratic cities where Trump is refused, these mayors and governors are refusing to cooperate, in California, Illinois, Minnesota, and other states. North Carolina, he had problems. These people don't want to cooperate with the ICE people. At this point, Steve, I think that, other people said the same thing. Kristi Noem has been saying that they were going to be giving paying people money to leave the country, $5,000 or I think it was $1,000 or $2,000 or something like that. I think that the U.S. should get these people now, because it's going to be hard to round up all these people with all this opposition that they have in the different cities that they go. Because it's getting worse and worse. The hatred that some of these people have for the police. For ICE, these immigrants and other people, and the protests, and it's eventually somebody one of the ICE person gonna get injured or even killed in the situation. They need to come up with a program that you either self-deport from the country, or you're going to be placed on a list. If we catch up to you, that's what another guy had said. If we catch up to you and we have to find you and arrest you, then you're going to be placed on a list to where you can't get into the U.S. for 5 to 10 years. You won't even be eligible to get back into the U.S. legally in 5 to 10 years. And I think some people say that might make some people go ahead and self-deport, because they don't want to take a chance on being stuck out of the U.S. for 5 to 10 years or even longer, because this is starting to get ridiculous. What's going on with these mayors? Even after everything that took place today, Steve, the mayor of Minneapolis said he still wasn't going to cooperate with the ICE units when they conducting raids. Same thing with Walls. He said he won't tell the people who he got in the jail. He won't let the people know, Kristi and them know who they're looking for. With these guys on the street, they protecting these guys, drug dealers, child molesters, the whole deal. It's amazing how stupid these people are, and the opposition that they have, and it's getting, it's just, now they got hotels. I think you told a story about that. I read something about it. It's even going on down in Texas and down in Dallas with Holiday Inn. They talking about they don't want to rent out no hotel rooms to the ICE people. Now you got hotel rooms and other restaurants that don't want to serve these people food. When they're in town conducting these raids. That guy said. That guy. Tim Walz said today that Donald Trump has the biggest, because he knows he's in hot water, Steve. What did they say? It's over 1,500 to 2,000 federal agents into Minneapolis to investigate all this corruption that's been going on. And, he's saying that Donald Trump shouldn't be sending that many people in there.
Right.
But they got to go. So he definitely knows that he's in hot water. So they got to do something, Steve, because Minnesota, like some of your other callers said, is totally out of control at this point. And if they don't get it under control, I think I even heard a guy say today that they walking down the street in some of these rallies and chants, telling the U.S. people to get out of get out of Minneapolis, to tell the ICE to get the hell out of Minneapolis. And these people here illegally, and they got the nerve to march and have these rallies singing songs, telling ICE people to get the hell out of the country. To go back to where they come from. So it's gotten to a point to where it's totally out of control. And I want to say one other thing right quick about the rallies, Steve. Like I said, how I feel about the protests. But as far as I'm concerned, all these nighttime protests, once it gets dark,
they're going to be leading to violence. We got to pause there, but we'll be back with more right after this. Hold the thought.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security says a woman is dead after being shot by ICE agents in Minneapolis. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem addressed the incident while she was speaking in Texas.
The act like we saw today of using a vehicle to try to kill an officer and his colleagues and the other people around him is something that every politician, every elected official, everyone in this country should be able to rally around and say that it is wrong.
Officials say she allegedly rammed her car into agents during protests, although the city's mayor disputes that. Residents have clashed with officers. DHS recently sent over 2,000 agents to the area in its largest operation ever. President Trump briefly mused about canceling the 2026 midterm elections while speaking to House Republicans, but quickly backtracked, saying he wasn't calling for that. Critics note his past comments and actions raised concerns about respect for the democratic process. European leaders backed Greenland's sovereignty in a new joint statement. This included French President Emmanuel Macron, Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, and UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, plus 4 other leaders.
They said Greenland belongs to its people. It comes as President Trump renews threats to take over the self-governing territory after the U.S. captured Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. However, the European leaders said it is for Denmark and Greenland, and them only, to decide on matters concerning Denmark and Greenland. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
McDonald's has been accused of false advertising.
The Chicago-based fast food chain is being sued for offering the McRib sandwich, even though the meal doesn't have any pork rib meat. The suit also says the McRib is one of the most expensive options on the restaurant's menu, despite the meat being used as lower quality cuts. McDonald's officials released a statement saying the claims are inaccurate, and they say the sandwich is made with 100% pork. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
A Tennessee college professor is being reinstated after he was fired for a social media post he made following the death of Charlie Kirk.
Kirk was shot to death last September while speaking at a rally in Utah. Following his death, Associate Professor Darren Michael of Austin Peay State University posted the news headline, quote, "Charlie Kirk says gun deaths are unfortunately worth it to keep Second Amendment." Michael was fired after the post for making insensitive comments. A new report says Michael has since been reinstated, that the school will pay him $500,000 for not following the tenure termination process. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Eileen Peterson, the former executive director of Ronald McDonald House Charities of Marshfield, Illinois, has pled not guilty to 11 charges. That includes theft and money laundering. She's been accused of embezzling around $120,000 into her personal PayPal account. Flu cases are hitting record numbers across America, with New York reporting record flu-related hospitalizations.
The CDC says the country is seeing its highest levels of flu activity in 25 years, as most states experience surging cases of a super flu strain. Cases for the last week of December were up 33% nationwide. New York reported more than 4,500 flu hospitalizations the week of December 26th through January 2nd. Meanwhile, in New Jersey, there were more than 12,000 cases in December, leading up to the 27th. About double the number from the same time a year ago. More than 600 people in the Garden State had to be hospitalized last month. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Alrighty, as we round in third, headed toward home. Thank you, Rick, in Columbus. Our number, 844-844-3388. Now, let me get back and finish up with Eagle, and then we'll get to some of the other developments. Venezuela, another oil tanker seized this past day. All right, welcome back, Eagle.
Okay, yeah, Steve. Maybe you can play it tonight or maybe tomorrow. I just wanted to say that before I hang up with you. I want people to I want people to listen to what AOC said today and Ilhan Omar. The rhetoric that they came out is very dangerous. What AOC, she didn't say that there was a bad incident in Minnesota yesterday. She said that this ICE man murdered.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. She said, can you believe that a congressman was used as such a word that she said that he murdered this woman. Now how do you think that makes these a lunatic that's out here that Democrat leftists feel when they hear AOC say something like that? That just puts the hatred in their heart even more for ICE or these people that are doing this. And the same thing with Ilhan Omar. She said the same thing, that they murdered this girl yesterday in Minnesota. They need to change that rhetoric because you already see somebody's already gonna get killed, and if they don't tone it down, something bad is gonna happen because you can't be using that type of language when you describe what happened yesterday, because that officer didn't murder nobody. He was defending his life when the young girl tried to run him over. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, thank you much, Eagle. Have a good morning. I guess we seized a second Venezuelan-linked oil tanker early this past day, Wednesday, following the earlier seizure that involved a Russian-flagged tanker that had been pursued for more than 2 weeks across the Atlantic. U.S. officials said that first vessel had actually been shadowed by a Russian submarine before being taken into U.S. custody. Later this past morning, a second ship seized by the U.S. Coast Guard. Reuters News reporting the Venezuelan-linked tanker was taken in the Caribbean before dawn, identified as the Panama-flagged supertanker, the MT Sophia. Southern Command described the ship as a stateless, sanctioned dark fleet motor tanker. Southern Command said the Coast Guard is escorting the MT Sophia to the United States. Now, according to the reports, that tanker departed Venezuelan waters this past week. The ship was traveling as part of a fleet carrying Venezuelan oil to China while operating in what they call dark mode, the transponder being turned off. Homeland Security sharing a video of the second tanker this past afternoon, stating in 2 pre-dawn operations today, the Coast Guard conducted back-to-back, meticulously coordinated boarding of 2 Ghost Fleet tanker ships. She said the vessels were either last docked in Venezuela or en route there, adding, "You can run, but you cannot hide. The world's criminals are on notice," she says. "We will never relent in the mission to protect the American people and disrupt the funding of narco-terrorism wherever it is found." All right, back to other industry headlines. Kind of falls in, like we were just talking about the autonomous technology and potential lawsuits. Apparently, just filed a man bringing a lawsuit against Tesla, once again, and Elon Musk, for overselling the safety of their self-driving features after his family was killed in a head-on crash with a semi-truck. Now, this crash occurred a couple of years ago, filed in the federal court in Utah, I believe, by Nathan Blaine for the September of 2023 crash in Utah. According to The Independent, Blaine's wife, Jennifer, was behind the wheel of the Tesla electric vehicle with their 11-year-old daughter, 22-year-old daughter, their son-in-law, and the family dog when the vehicle veered out of its lane into the path of an oncoming Kenworth semi-truck hauling grain. Yeah, all 4 passengers and the dog perished in the crash. Blaine claims that both Tesla and Elon Musk intentionally misrepresented the safety of their vehicles and their autonomous driving capabilities to boost the stock prices. to generate excitement about Tesla and to establish Tesla as a dominant player in the electric vehicle market, all at the expense of the public's safety. That is according to the suit. Based on representations the Blaines heard made by Musk and Tesla, they believed, they say, it was a safer driver than a driver of conventional vehicles. The complaint states they were lulled into a false sense of security. The lawsuit claims the crash was largely due to the car's inadequate auto steer function and the overselling of its capabilities. Tesla's done a lot of good things in my calculation, according to the attorney, but they did this inadequately. I think the technology's fantastic, but not the way Tesla's implementing it. Apparently, Tesla did not go or do enough simulation work on the vehicle under the conditions this one was in, on this kind of road it was on. And it's kind of mystifying here because this road was pretty normal and pretty simple. Autopilot was not engaged at the time of the deadly crash, but the suit alleges that disengagement of autopilot should not reduce the effectiveness of safety features that the vehicle's equipped with. I don't get that. The safety features the vehicle involved in the crash with was including lane departure warning, lane keeping assist, lane centering assistance, and emergency lane departure avoidance systems. I'm not really familiar with the Tesla. I mean, if the assist is not activated, or the autopilot, are all those features still supposed to be actively assisting? I presume that's what they're saying. A GoFundMe campaign for the family mentions the trucker involved in the crash, wishing him the best. To the dear, sweet trucker involved, it says, "We love you. We're praying for you. As we mourn the loss of our loved ones, please know that we ache for you as well. You're not forgotten. You are appreciated and loved." Interesting. So they're not blaming the truck driver or the truck, but I'm trying to blame Tesla. About 18 before the hour. What do we see? The president feels like some of these defense contractors dragging their feet, not doing their best to produce munitions and weapons for the U.S. military. Actually more concerned about shareholders than the U.S. defense system. President Trump Wednesday escalates his warning to defense contractors by, actually, he singled out Raytheon, accusing that firm of putting the shareholders ahead of military readiness, actually threatening to cut off government business unless they dramatically change course. Via Truth Social, President Trump says Raytheon has been the least responsive to the needs of the Department of War, the slowest in increasing their volume, and the most aggressive spending on their shareholders rather than the needs and demands of the U.S. military. Yeah, the company appears to think this is the Biden administration, that this is business as usual. Well, it is not. Earlier this past day, the president delivered a sharp warning to U.S. defense contractors, accusing the industry of putting shareholder rewards and executive pay ahead of producing and maintaining military equipment. President said defense companies have paid out massive dividends and pursued large stock buybacks instead of investing sufficiently in new factories, equipment, and production capacity. Now, he did not mention specific companies in that post. Nevertheless, defense stocks, including Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, General Dynamics, and Raytheon, all falling, following the reports that the president's preparing to sign an executive order targeting contractors that buy back shares or pay dividends or award large executive pay packages while at the same time running over budget or behind schedule on their Pentagon contracts. After hours trading, Raytheon fell the most, dropping, I believe it's 8.7%, like $164 a share, down to $1,107.79 a share. The president praised U.S. military hardware as the best in the world, but criticized the defense executives for what he described as excessive compensation, despite their slow production timelines, inadequate maintenance. This is no longer going to be allowed or tolerated, kind of signaling a tough approach toward an industry that depends heavily on their federal contracts. He also targeted executive pay, writing, no executive should be allowed to make in excess of $5 million, calling that amount a mere fraction of some of the current compensation levels. He said via Truth Social on Raytheon, he says, I've been informed by the Department of War that defense contractor Raytheon has been the least responsive to the needs of the Department of War, slowest in increasing volume, most aggressive spending on shareholders, rather than the needs of the U.S. military. Now, either Raytheon steps up and starts investing in more upfront investment, like plants and equipment, or you're no longer going to be doing business with the Department of War. Also, if Raytheon wants further business with the U.S. government, under no circumstances will they be allowed to do any additional stock buybacks where they've spent tens of billions of dollars until they're able to get their act together. Our country comes first, and they're going to have to learn that the hard way.
Some of the more traditionalists of truck and tractor pulling love seeing smoke on tractors that look like they came right out of the field. That's why the high-torque Super Farm tractors are one of the biggest fields in truck and tractor pulling. This is the NTPA Overnight Report. From the NTPA offices in Marion, Ohio, I'm Greg Hunter. The high-torque Super Farm tractors had 42 tractors hooking during the Grand National events in 2025, and the top three were kind of in a league of their own, with Gary Shavik in his 1972 International 1466 he calls New Attitude earning the title by only 5 points. Unlike the other Grand National classes, the high-torque Super Farm tractors didn't have one rainout during the summer. All 9 hooks took place as planned, which couldn't be said for all the other classes. Although the Super Farms were at Toma, it wasn't a points hook, so their season officially started at Brandenburg, Kentucky in late July. Gary took a third on the first night and 7th on the second. Leaving Kentucky, Gary had New Attitude in third in the points battle as they headed to the North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell. With a 6th on night 1 and a win on night 2, Gary kept himself in the top 3 of the Grand National points headed to Poletown in mid-August. Bowling Green was very good for Gary, winning both hooks by going over 320 feet both days. Gary made his way into second place in the points with only 3 hooks to go. After 3 consecutive wins, New Attitude was on the right trajectory, but a trip to Sandwich, Illinois was a little bit of a setback, earning 4th and 6th. But those were good enough to move Gary into first in the points going into the Enderley pull-off. 4th at the final hook of the season after going 336 was all it took to get the title. As mentioned, the competition was tight for the top 3. New Attitude held off Don Schulte in his 73 International 1066 he calls Binder Express by 5, and Brooke Harley Ferris on the 95 Case 2294 called Assorted Nuts by 9. Rounding out the top 10, in 4th, Ryan Anderson piloted his 72 International he calls Green Galvanized Stars Checking Out. Holding the 5th spot was the 72 International 1066 of Lee Butts he calls Press On. In 6th, the Crop Doctor, the 74 International 1066 of John Silsby. In 7th went to the combo of Wayne Lamore and Joe Bush and the 94 John Deere 8110 they call Fear the Deer. In 8th, Brooke Michael Ferris with the 98 Case IH 7220 called Absolutely Nuts. In 9th was Stan Warda and the 84 International 3688 called Hammer and Hank. And rounding out the top 10 was the combo of Greg and Russ Freeze on the 76 John Deere 4430 they called Deer Tracks. You can relive the 2025 season every Wednesday with NTPA Championship Polling on RFD TV at 8:30 Eastern or on ntpapoll.com, where you can find the results of each hook and the point standings from 2025, and you can prep for the 2026 season. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting? Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, see what the blind man has happening. Morning, blind man.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I want to talk about these riots that have been going on. Now, I'm remembering the Rodney King riots back in '92, and every city had riots except Philadelphia. At the time, Mayor Rizzo said if there's any rioting, he had a shoot-to-kill order, and that city did not suffer the riots. I don't know what is going to happen, but these left are totally out of control, especially up in Minnesota. Trump's going to have to declare an insurrection, or this is going to keep going on, if you know what I mean.
I mean,
I was really
I did see
ticked off yesterday. The ICE people are doing their job. They're, rounding up illegal aliens, getting them out of here. I know the left are angry about that because that's their voters. And without them, they don't have a chance of winning anything. That's how much even my liberal neighbors are starting to realize that the Democrats are really getting bad now. I can't believe that. That was kind of strange to me because there's one neighbor across the street. She's the typical white liberal with the 6 cats. Well, she's got 2 of them, and she sometimes tells me what she thinks about politics. I just let her ramble on and quietly say to myself, well, you have no idea what's going on in the rest of the country because the truckers keep me up to date with what's going on and hearing your show, of course, and just, saying to myself, you'll find out the hard way. I just keep my mouth shut around the liberals.
You can't argue with them, right? That's because you get nowhere. It's not. As far as you mentioned, you said riots. At this point, there were lots of marches, protests. I think there think there were a few like fires in the street. I don't know if they were burning trash cans or what this past evening, but I haven't seen any indications of full-fledged looting, busting out windows of buildings and things like that yet. But I would not be surprised if some of that begins here over the next 24, 48 hours. There's going to be larger protests all over the country as we head to the weekend. It's coming. Yep. Hello, Horse Feathers.
It's coming. Hello, Your Honor. Yep. So, hey, you said that ICE officers were having trouble getting hotel rooms out there. Now, do you think that's possibly, if you possibly did profiling, because I know we don't profile anymore, but if ICE officers went into a lot of these hotels and by chance somebody was sitting there kind of profiling the working staff of the hotel, do you think that might have a little bit of the concern of the hotel staff of who's there watching them?
Mm-hmm.
Just asking.
Right.
But we don't do profiling anymore, right?
Correct.
So we don't do that. Yeah. And you were talking to football there at the beginning of the show there with the proctologist,
the prognosticator.
Yeah, that's the guy. And the grump there. Hey, I think I got the Knuckle Buster 100% surefire guarantee to pick the right team for who's going to win. You ready for this? This is from the Knuckle Buster.
Okay.
It's the team with the most points at the end of the game.
That'll work. That'll work. Too bad he didn't know does he know the final score in advance so we can wager on that?
Yeah, I tell you, this is a good possibility, but he didn't share all that information there. He just said to pick the team with that's going to have the highest score at the end of the game.
Uh-huh.
Going to win. So, anyways, I don't know. That's the best I can get out of it.
Yeah.
But anyways, other than that, I guess our rain's a little bit more delayed. Now they're saying it's Friday night into Saturday, like a 30-40% chance there, but really starting to come down Friday night. And then rain almost all day. I guess it's going to be more like showers. Going to be heavy showers on and off all day, but will be rain all day Saturday. So that's what we're kind of looking forward to. Temperatures, I guess they're saying 60s around here and possibly 70s. And if you get down lower into Virginia, I think they're talking in maybe higher 70-degree temperatures in Virginia.
Yep.
For later in the day.
That's what they're saying. All that warmth in Texas and whatnot, it's all kind of coming our way to the east. And then get ready, though, the bottom falls out. Hey, we're out of time. We close things out here on a Thursday morning.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. it's better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.